Hey, folks, we are playing Race-O tonight. If you haven't got your Race-O card, head on down to the Nacho booth. It is $5 for the program, but you get two, not just one, but two Race-O cards for your $5. So head on down to the Nacho booth and get your Race-O. Race-O is going to begin when Hot Laps begin. A beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for coming out as we have the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks in the house. We have the Delta Dwarf Cars, see out on the racetrack right now. We have the Mini Stocks making their 2022 debut. And tonight, Mike, we have got the Mini late models in the house.
Yes, we do. And also, I just want to add to the Delta Dwarf Cars, we also have joining us tonight is the South Bay Dwarf Cars. They're running for points on this track tonight, and should be really a good show with the South Bay. Now, South Bay also, if everyone doesn't know, South Bay Dwarf Car Association is based out of Oceans, which is Watsonville. And they're doing something a little different this year. They're going to travel to a couple different tracks and run for points. So tonight, you got the Delta guys and the South Bay.
A beautiful Saturday. I'm Wiley Wade.
And I'm Mike Bauer.
And we're high atop the Budweiser Family Section Press Tower here and getting set for racing action. Those of you watching on Facebook Live, thanks for tuning in. If you want to see all tonight's racing action, you don't want to miss it, folks. It's going to be great. But if you want to see it, you got to slide on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv and subscribe for all of tonight's racing action as we get set for some fantastic racing with the Dwarf Cars, the Hobby Stocks, the limited late models, or excuse me, the mini late models, and the mini stocks. Who did I forget? Did I say all four?
Yeah, I think you got them. Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks?
I did. Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks.
Yep. So, yeah, it should be definitely a good night, Wiley.
Tom Van Tuyl coming on, along with Tyler Applebaum, a couple of the cars. Mark Mascardi in that 66 car. I always love his paint scheme, or excuse me, wrap scheme. 66B.
You're pulling me. Yeah, Mascardi, he's definitely going to be one to watch tonight. He's out of South Bay. Following him, you also got Danny Wagner, cameraman, both Delta guys, Chance Russell, Ellie Russo in that 31 Double D, and Jack Haverty, followed by a couple of South Bay guys. You got Weidman and Toby Brown, that's 75.
Now, the one name we have to mention, a gentleman who won the 2021 championship, won the national championship for the seniors, or for the vets, excuse me, and retired. His retirement lasted one race. Kevin Moralio.
Yes. Moralio. Yeah, we've been talking a little bit, and he decided he was going to go and come out for tonight. And he's going to be running in the 47 Double D of Mario Marquez. But, yeah, he still has the itch, Wiley. And fellow racers, we all know you don't get rid of that itch real quick.
He has already bought a new car. It will not be here until August or so, but he has bought a brand spanking new Tevis car that has to be built. So his retirement is officially over.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I did not know that one. He's definitely keeping that one a secret. So, did you get that disclaimer from him?
I did not. I did not say off the record.
Okay, so yeah.
He is coming out.
Western States is getting put on notice tonight from Antioch Speedway then.
Yes. Be good having Kevin Moralio back on the racetrack. Hey, talk about some stuff coming out here at Antioch Speedway, folks. I mean, tonight's great, but we have a whole season of racing ahead of us, including next week, weekend. It is, of course, April 2nd already. It is IMCA Modifieds are going to be back in the house. The IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds are in the house. The Pacifico's Hobby Stocks are there, and the Hardtops are going to be in action all next Saturday night, April 2nd. I can't believe we're talking about April already. This year just seems like it just started, and we're already April 2nd next week. Followed by on April 9th, the IMCA Modifieds returning with the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. IMCA Stock Cars and the 600 Micro Sprints are on the slate. The Antioch Speedway Mini Stocks in action. We got a number of new cars here tonight. It's great to see this division continuing to grow as we have more, and a lot of Pintos showed up, or a few more Pintos showed up. Nice to see those rear-wheel drive cars. Our champion, I talked to him on the pre-race show, Tom Brown. You see him over there in turn number 2 in that 3R car. He is putting in some laps here tonight and looking to take home a win. We have some big names here as well we'll get into on the mini stocks. Let's slide over to that page. We're talking, Tom Brown is here, of course. One of the ones I'm thinking of is Randy Miramontes.
Yeah.
Stepping, a big-time name in the sport modified ranks. And
Super
stocks. Excuse me, super stocks.
Super stocks, yeah.
And here he is in a mini stock. He's trying to get a new motor together for his super stock. Doesn't have it done yet and wanted to come race, so he's racing in a mini stock tonight.
Well, always welcome to have a Miramontes. I know his son, Antonio, runs with the Dwarf Cars, and I don't see him in the lineups, though.
Right there's Randy is a 51R getting ready to leave. On the back straightaway, the 51S, that is Shane Tittman out of Santa Rosa. Dana Gardner in the 37 car down the back straightaway. Rolled that car last year, early in the season, and took him a while to get back out. Blew up the motor at Petaluma late in the year, so he missed the last race here at Antioch Speedway. Got a new motor in that thing. Nice to see him back out here. He has been, Mike, he has been one of the biggest proponents for this division coming back here. A couple years ago when we introduced it, he kind of bought a car and came and started doing it, and it's like, I want to get more people here. And he has been a big reason we have gotten the Petaluma guys, for example, come over here.
Yeah,
Because
most
he's
definitely.
going over there and inviting him to say, hey, you guys need to come to Antioch.
Yeah, I mean, he knows I'm over in the Dwarf Cars also, but you know, he's been propositioning me to come to the mini stocks, and I'm like, I don't think your motors can handle me.
I think those will be a little better than your little itty bitty car.
I don't know. I still get at least 60 miles an hour, full
Downhill
throttle.
with a full with the wind at your back.
Yeah, with a sweatsuit. Yeah, and also another name that I'm noticing on the lineup is the 28 car. That's Ryan Graham making a move from the Sport Mods, I believe.
Yep,
Yep.
Chet Niss bought his sport mod. That's where Chet got his
Okay.
sport mod at.
Yeah.
Was from him.
Okay. Yeah, it's always good to see Ryan out here, no matter what car he's in. He's a great guy in the pits, and if you're ever feeling down, and it looks like he's losing some water.
Yeah, looks like he lost the.
Track needs a little water, anyways. Thank you, Ryan. But for those of you just getting to the stands, welcome to the Antioch Speedway. Tonight is going to be a good night. We got the mini stocks, as you guys just saw it on the track. We got the California Sharp Mini Late models making their debut tonight. Delta Dwarf Cars with the South Bay Dwarf Cars. They're flying high tonight. 20 cars entered, at least at this point. And the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. Now, before we get going into heat races, I believe we are still on hot laps. Make sure you guys make your ways down to turn 4 to our concessions. Get yourself a hot dog, nice ice cold Modelo beer. We got a good selection of beer from what I'm hearing. Hot dog, burgers, fries, corn dogs, you name it, we got it. So make sure you guys go down to the concessions and get something there, get a nice refreshment.
Delta Dwarf Cars taking the track for a hot lap session. And looking at the schedule, we were talking. We'll take a look at that in a little bit. But Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner, last week's winner, up on the point, getting ready to take the green flag behind him. The 31 Double D, that's Ellie Russo. Took a very popular win here last year in that 31 Double D, and then took a hard hit last week. Kind of got sandwiched in an accident when Sean Catucci rolled over in turn number 4. But Ellie Russo in that 31 Double D.
And behind Ellie, you got the 68, the orange car. That's Dynamite Dave Rosa coming out of turn 4. Coming out of turn 4 now behind him is the 18 Double D of Devin Cameraman. He had a strong showing last night, battling up front with Danny Wagner. And behind him, the one and only, flipping on his lid last week, that is Sean Catucci. And behind him is the 12 car of Pinky. That's what I know him as. I never got his
Justin
actual...
Bingham.
Bingham, okay.
Finished 14th last week here at Antioch Speedway. Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner running right up in mid-racing groove up the racetrack. It's kind of where the cushion starts to develop up there, about where he was running. We don't get a big cushion here.
I was just going to say,
But
Wiley,
for
what's a
lack of
cushion
better
at
word-
Antioch?
Yeah, for lack of a better word, that's what we call it. You can see the line. There is a distinct line that will develop about
Yes.
halfway up the racing surface, and it's not technically a cushion,
Correct.
but it is our cushion.
It is the top of the line here, the racing line. That'll start moving up a little bit during the races, but most time, yeah, it's about mid-track.
Next group coming out for the Delta Dwarf Cars, Karen Costa. First start of the year here at Antioch Speedway in the 57 car. Also up on the high side, that is the 88 Double D. That, of course, is our Travis Day out of Concord, California. I'm sorry, 88B is what he is listed as. Travis Day out of Concord, our champion in 2020.
Yeah, Travis decided he was going to run with South Bay this year, along with also Berto Monroy, but unfortunately and we got one around in turns 1 and 2. That is the 57. That's the South Bay car of Corinne Costas. It looks like he keeps it fired and keeps going down the backstretch. Behind the 57 is the 33 Double D of Tyler Applebaum. He's making his way through 3 and 4, sorry. And behind him,
Yeah, let me give you a little trick up here. Turns on your right. That's 1 and 2. Turns on your left. 3 and 4.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of looking at the lineups as I'm doing this, and just you get disoriented when you're looking at an iPhone. I don't know how millennials do it.
I do the same thing. The 10B of Barry Waddell out of Redwood City, California. Coming up off turn number 4 in that truck. He's got a truck.
Yeah, you'll be seeing me hopefully in June with a new truck as well. Probably not looking that snazzy, but it is what it is. And then behind them there's the 57. That was
We talked about him at 2 double D. That's David Michael Rosa having some issues last week.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
And is back this week to try to make up any points he lost last week.
Yeah. And coming out of the chute here, as soon as the 57 gets off the track, is going to be some more Dwarf Cars. Leading the field out of the chute is going to be the 66B of Mark Biscardi, and behind him is going to be the 0 double D of Charlie Correa. That is
Charlie stepping in or coming back out after he retired at the beginning of last year or the end of the year before, and coming back out of retirement late last year. So good to have Charlie back out here. The 64B, Eric Wessler out of Campbell, California, and that 64B down in turn number 3. Behind him, the 75. Nice to see Toby Brown back out of Pleasanton, California.
Yep. And behind him is going to be the 812 out of Bay Point. That is Chance Russell. Looks like he's got a little smoke or something coming out of the rear end. Yeah, he's got a little bit of tire rub. He's going to have to get that fixed before he comes up for heat races, for sure.
Chance still learning that new car. Picked that up from Dennis Gilcrease last year, late in the year.
Yeah, it's amazing, Wiley, what happens when you get a brand new car. I mean, literally off the factory floor from another driver. You don't know what these cars are going to do.
Checkered flag out for this group. If you haven't got your race card, head on down to the concession stand with the Nacho booth. The Nacho booth down there is where you got to get your race cards to get by a program. $5. And for $5, you don't get just one, but you get 2 race cards this week. So head on down as Mike's getting ready to pull out the first 3 numbers. So you got about after the next session, we'll call out the next 3 numbers. So folks, head on down, get your race card. Race-O kicking off for 2022. Again, keep an eye on Facebook. We'll head on over to the Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page, and we'll post the numbers tonight as Mike pulls them out and announces them. Next group coming out, we got a couple of hot lappers here tonight. Jason Jennings in the 42J IMCA stock car, and Trevor Klymans in the IMCA modified, both here to shake down their cars and get ready for next week's action. Jason ran well. He had some good experience running with Tricky Troy Folger last week. And Kellen Chadwick, the 3 of them ran for a number of laps, but he also chased down Fast Freddy for a little bit. But learning a lot out there, having fun in that 42J.
Yeah, I got to talk to him after the races, and he didn't know it, but he was holding off Chadwick and Folger. And he was beside himself when he heard that one. And I told him, I go, it's amazing what happens when you hold your line. And it's the line everyone wants to run.
Yeah, it wasn't until right out there he got up out of the line and lost those 2 spots when he
that
off the cushion.
That corner gopher really got him on that one.
Yes.
But you know what can he do?
Trevor stepping up from the IMCA modified ranks into the, or excuse me, out of the IMCA sport modified ranks into the modified ranks. And he's had some options this year. He's pulled the pill and was able to start on the front row and was purposely dropping himself back. And here we go, next session. That means, folks, get your race-o cards out. We're going to kick off race-o.
All right, guys. Yeah, make sure your cards are out and you're looking at them pretty closely. Your first number, letter, number, however we call these things, is going to be C32. That is Charlie 32. Second number is R13. That is Romeo 13. And for this session, your third number is going to be O72. Oscar Omaha 72. Oscar 72.
Now you just confused them.
I tend to do that. And making their way onto the track right now for the first time in Antioch history is the California Sharp Mini late models. As you guys notice, these do look like the limited late models of days of old, but they are smaller. Coming into turns 1 is the 189 of Matt Malcolm. Followed closely behind him is the 72 of DJ Sands. And rounding out the 3 cars that we have tonight is the 09 of Mitch Enos out of Manteca.
Had more cars scheduled to show up tonight, but 4 of them are sitting in a shop. They were trying to get some stuff done and unfortunately did not get done in time. So 4 cars. So next time out, we'll have more cars for these guys, but they are 600cc motorcycle engines in these things. And folks, it is just fun to watch.
You know, Wiley, I was talking to Matt Malcolm in the 189 when he pulled in, and I took a look at these cars. They're quite cute. I like them. I might end up getting one. What about you?
I don't know if I'd call them cute. I think we need to have a chat later, but
Well, anyone that knows me knows I do not use that word very lightly.
But no, these are sharp-looking race cars.
Yes.
And they are purpose-built race cars. They're full-on race cars,
Yes.
just like the Dwarf Cars are.
Yes, they are. Really, besides the chassis and suspension. Actually, no.
Well, no, just as far as they're purpose-built.
Yes.
They're not
Yes, just like
like the mini
modifieds.
stocks are
Yeah.
old race car. Or,
Most definitely.
These cars here are former road cars that you see
Yes.
out here right now.
And with that being said, coming onto the track right now are the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks for their first session of hot laps. Coming out down the backstretch, you got the 2X of Danny Aves, followed closely by the 45 of is that Gene?
Gene Haney in the 45 car.
That is Gene Haney. Okay. And behind him is the 65X, which y'all might know him. That is Ron Brown, coming out here doing some hot laps, having some fun in that car.
He doesn't get to come out and play very often. He's always working on other people's stuff. His concentration this year is going to be on getting his granddaughter out here. But, it's nice to see him out here. All right, next we fall back to Jewel Crandall in the 3C. She's coming up off turn number 4 in that 3C car. Good to see her out here on this Saturday night. Behind her, we'll give it to 07 of Jared Baugh. Jared coming out and having a little bit of fun in his hobby stock as well. Jared out of Pittsburgh, California. He finished in the 4th position last week, or excuse me, on opening day 2 weeks ago.
And behind Jared is going to be the 66 of Mitchell Dana. Mitchell, he wasn't out here last week, but he's definitely going to try to make it out here more often. And behind him, coming into turn 1 and 2, is the 24 of Shelby Asher.
Shelby finishing 13th in her debut in the ranks. First time in that car. That is a sharp-looking car. I like the wrap on that car as well.
Oh, most definitely.
So the 24 JR. I think she's the one. She's the one that was doing the letter or coloring Hoosier tires, right?
Yeah.
Was that Shelby?
Her and I believe Kayla Torres, Buddy's girlfriend, something like that. Yeah.
So our hobby stocks, group number 1 is in the books as we get set for group number 2. Again, folks, Check out Antioch Speedway by Promotions up on Facebook. You should see the numbers that were the first 3 numbers that were drawn there. As the next group rolling out, we do have first car out, the 31B. That is Grayson Baca, a new number on that car out of Brentwood, California. Behind him, the 33B of Dave Baca, also out of Brentwood, California. I do believe they are father and son.
I do believe so, yeah. I haven't seen Dave out here in a while.
No, it's been a minute.
Yeah. It's always great to see people coming back in.
Look at this car.
Oh, yeah, we know this car, don't we, everybody? The 55, that is going to be Mad Brad Coelho. And behind him is going to be the 74A of Judy Arth. It's always great to see Judy out here.
For the first time, George Arth built a Metric car.
You know, it's been 2 weeks since the last time I was here, and we saw this car first, and I'm still in awe that he built a Metric car. Anyways, further coming onto the track is the 44G of James Graisley, and behind him, sorry, I keep forgetting he does not have a passenger. Sometimes he does, though, is the 71A of Michaela Taylor, Fireball.
Green flag underway for Hot Lap Session number 2. We also have the 17T out there. That is Taylor DiCarlo out of Martinez, California. Finished 15th. Did Taylor back on, March 12th. Hollywood Coelho in the tire tracks of the 17T. Coming up off turn number 2. Looks to the inside. White flag is out. As Judy Arth working on as a driver, she's got to learn a Metric car because the Metric cars and the Camaros do drive different. Now the 74A having trouble and trying to see there's debris on the front straightaway.
Yeah, I'm checking the track also. I don't see any debris. I think
it's right on right underneath Bob. He's directing the cars down away from the wall.
Yes, and we'd like to give a big shout out to Fabulous Bob. I talked to him earlier today. Hopefully tonight we will get him dancing in that flag stand. So make sure everybody, you guys are in the stands when we get him dancing.
Carl coming out and pick up some kind of debris. It's like maybe a socket on the ground down there and on the front straightaway. So again, next week we got the modifieds, the sports modifieds, hobby stocks, and the hardtops making their season debut. Now it's not just the hardtops here. We started this last year, I believe it was. The Winged Valley Sportsmen will also be with them, and those 2 classes together do well and put on a great show. So looking forward to seeing the hardtops and the Winged Valley Sportsmen next week. After this group, we will pull out 3 more numbers to get your Race-O cards ready. You still have time. You can check out what we have on Facebook by going to Antioch Speedway by Promotions on Facebook. If you're watching on Facebook Live, don't forget, if you want to watch all of tonight's racing action, you have 2 choices. Come to the track. Best choice in my mind.
I was going to say that to me personally is your only choice. But we do give you a second option.
Is Antioch Speedway TV actually the absolute best option? Is you sit in the grandstands here and have it on your phone and watch it at the same time?
No.
And then when something happens going down the front straightaway into turn number 1, you can then watch it on the feed because there's like 30 or 45-second delay?
No. Just be here. Enjoy the environment.
And watch it on TV.
Okay, yeah. Wiley, I tell you what, AntiochSpeedway.tv is awesome.
I have it
really
right here. I'm watching it, and I have it right there.
You know, it's funny. Everyone tells me that I grow up in the generation of millennials and whatnot, but I can't get behind this technology. I can, but I can't. It's awesome.
say it. Hey, Jess Palladino in the 23 car out of Brentwood. He is down the front straightaway into turn number 1. In the off-season, they tore that car down, and I forget who came over, Trevor or somebody came over and said, how do you drive this car? There was so much wrong with it. So looking for Jess Palladino to have a much better year this year. Behind him, it is the 47 car of Angela Brown, the 47X out of Antioch in that car. She comes up off turn number 4, and she's got another car right under her bumper.
And right behind Angela is going to be the 16 of Adam Kajala. And behind Adam is going to be the B2 of Breck Smith out of Newman, California. That's a name I haven't seen down here in a while.
Hello, Newman. Angela Brown loose up off turn number 4. Fall back to the 32. Ken Johns, always look out for that car. Always running hard and fast. And up front, won like 3 or 4 in a row last summer. Charlie Bryant in that 11A car, bringing out a different color car. He was a black car last year, and it is red this year.
And I don't know if you saw it, Wiley, but 2 cars decided to go flying into the exit ramp. That was the 24M of Larry McKenzie and the 54 of Adam Thimble Vigna. Don't know what happened there. Just all of a sudden out of the corner of my eye, I just see them going flying down there.
So Thimble leaving the racetrack in a hurry.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. 3 more numbers, folks. Get your race-o cards out. We're playing race-o.
All right, guys, your race-o numbers. First one on the board is going to be R6, Romeo 6. Your second number tonight, another Romeo. Romeo 11, R11. And your third number, final number for this sequence, is going to be Charlie 35, C35. Now, Wiley, we've done 2 sessions of race-o now. Do you think we have a winner yet?
No. So those numbers again, R6, R11, C35. The first 3 numbers were C32, R13, and O72. All those numbers can be found on Antioch Speedway by Promotions on Facebook and Official Antioch Speedway on Instagram. As we get set for the next group getting ready to come out, I see some, looks like the mini stocks getting ready to roll out for their hot lap session. Actually, they're going to be lining up for heat races. It is almost time. They already ran their hot laps. We talked next week what we had, but in 2 weeks, the IMCA Modifieds will be in the house. The IMCA Stock Cars will be here. The Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks and the 600 Micro Sprints all on April 9th. April 16th, folks, bring your kids out. Bring your grandkids out. It is an Easter egg hunt going on April 16th. The WMR Midgets are going to be in the house. The mini stocks, the wingless sprint cars will make their season debut, and the Delta Dwarf Cars. That's all on April 16th right here, live and direct at Antioch Speedway. On the 23rd of April, it is the wingless sprint cars back. IMCA Sports Modifieds at Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks and the Delta Dwarf Cars. And then on April 29th and 30th, or 30th and 1st, May 1st, that is still up in the air. It's our first visit by the monster trucks. We're going to have some monster truck action on that weekend, April 29th weekend. Whether it's Friday, Saturday, or Saturday, Sunday, that's still up in the air, but that is coming up. And then the Mother's Day minivan races like we had last year, man, those were popular. It was a lot of fun. If you're a mom and you have not been a racer, go find yourself a minivan. Come out and race it. A lot of the local junkyards will let you grab one. You just have to return it when you're done on that night. Otherwise, you can come out, if it runs, race it, and then return it, and you're all good to go. So that's coming out. Two heat races coming up for the mini stocks in just a few minutes. While we have a minute, we're going to draw 3 more numbers for Race-O as Mike spins the magic wheel. And then he'll spin it the right way around, and the numbers will come out. I got to give the rookie. I got to razz the rookie.
I'll look at it this way. I like to mix it up. Mix it up real good. All right, guys. Race-O, 3 numbers. Number 1 is going to be 069. Oscar 69. Your second number is going to be Romeo 1-2, Romeo 12. And your third and final number for this sequence, E47, E47.
So those three numbers, 069, R12, and E47. If you get Raso, make sure you come up to the booth. We do have some prizes to give away. We got some Antioch Speedway hats we're going to give out. We have some Polar Bear rolled ice cream certificates to give away. We got some Delta Bowl certificates to give away, and some free food from here at Antioch Speedway. Lots of goodies for you if you happen to win. I want to say thanks to our track sponsors, concluding Pacific Coast General Engineering. Their phone number is 925-252-0214, 925-252-0214. Pacific Coast General Engineering. General Plumbing Supply Company out in Brentwood, California. They're another proud sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. 925-634-6660 is their phone number. Again, General Plumbing Supply Company, Brentwood, California, 925-634-6660. McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services. They do lawn and tree care, weed spraying, and pest services. And you can call them at 925-634-1255, 925-634-1255, McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services. O'Reilly's Auto Parts, another proud sponsor here at Antioch Speedway for all your auto part needs. Head on over to O'Reilly's Auto Parts. Cocoa Farms, right here in Antioch. Check them out at enjoycocofarms.com. Cocoa Farms here in Antioch. Delta Transmission, Delta Drive Lines are located at 1105 Sunset Drive in Antioch, California. Their phone number is 925-754-1870, 925-754-1870. Delta Transmission, Delta Drive Lines. They do foreign and domestic transmissions. They do standard and automatic transmissions. They do rear differentials, and they do transfer cases, and, of course, the aforementioned drive lines. C&J Favalora Trucking in Martinez, California is another sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. For all your hauling needs, give C&J Favalora Trucking a call. Polar Bear rolled ice cream, the aforementioned. We got some certificates from them, and folks, man, they make the ice cream right in front of you, Mike. I don't know if you've been out there lately, but oh, it is so good. But
yeah, no, I went out there last year.
Yeah.
I don't believe in eating ice cream in the wintertime, but yeah, no, it's wonderful, especially the Rocky Roll.
We don't have winter out here.
You don't work at night, Wiley.
We don't have winter out here, okay? Not from the Northeast. Now, but folks, they take the ice cream, they make it right in front of you. It's not pre-made. They make it right in front of you.
Yep.
Then they roll it and put the top. Oh, it is so good.
Polar
Bear rolled
really
ice cream out there in Oakley, and the address is 2581 Main Street in Oakley. Their number 925-666-8915. PolarBearIceCreamShop.com is the website. Polar Bear rolled ice cream. Print Club here in Antioch. Their phone number is 925-754-8771, located at 1913 Fern Roberts Circle in Antioch. Again, the Print Club, for all your print needs, give them a call. And Cresco Equipment Rentals of the Bay Area. Their number 800-573-1732, 800-573-1732. Cresco Equipment Rentals, for all your equipment rental needs, give Cresco a call. Their store hours are located down there in the sign, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, closed on the weekends. And, folks, if you need to rent something, I guarantee they're going to have it or they'll get it for you.
As long as you're doing your work in the middle of the week.
As long as you're doing your work in the middle of the week.
Yeah, and also just a quick shout-out to the souvenir booth. We do have new race programs. Within the programs, we have a lot of track history, past champions, since we opened up in 56, I believe.
A little before my time.
Yeah, a little bit before mine also. But anyways, yeah, be sure to go on down to the souvenir booth, get your program. And also, if you guys have not yet, make sure you get your Raso cards. We're already on our fourth sequence here coming up, probably after these heat races.
You got time. If you don't have a Raso card, head on down and get one. It is good as long as we're calling numbers. You can always catch up. Numbers are located on Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page. Waiting on the last of the mini stalkers to show up for heat race number 1 for tonight's racing action. Get underway. Got the full field. Here we go. race number 1, Randy Miramontes in the 5150R. Scheduled to start on the point to the outside. It's Lena Bales in the 22 car.
And starting in row 2, third position is going to be the 28 of Ryan Graham. And to their outside is going to be the 81D of Daisy Esler.
First time in a car for Daisy in that 81D. And at the back of the pack, the 3RD is scheduled to start there. Eddie Humphreys, almost our champion last year. And looks like he is not in the 81D. Looks like he might be running the 96.
Let's go get clarification on that one for sure.
Looking in my little sheet coming around for the green flag. As we are going racing for mini stock style here at Antioch Speedway. Green flag in the air down the front straightaway. Randy Miramontes on the point, man. Look at him check out on the field right now as they head towards turn number 3 down the back straightaway. It is Eddie Humphreys, the third out of Torrance in that 96 car. Last year he had that car, the one with the little key on top, the wind-up key.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
Look at Lena Bales.
Yeah, coming down the backstretch, the 28.
Something's wrong now.
Yeah, slowing up pretty good there, but she's back on the loud panel. Coming out of turns 4 is going to be the 28 of Ryan Graham in 96.
Randy Miramontes coming up off turn number 4 on down the front straightaway. As we're taking a look. Car spreading out. Eddie Humphreys way down on the inside in that 96 car.
And coming out of turn 4, sorry, Wiley, but the 22 of Bales, she's slow and going, coming down. Looks like she's got her right front down. She's going to go ahead off the track now.
She was running well, running in second place, going down into turn number 1 and 2. And then suddenly coming up off turn number 2, that car slowed suddenly.
And heading off the track right now also looks like a possible problem is going to be the 28 of Ryan Graham. But coming across the line is going to be the 5150 of Randy Miramontes. And definitely not closely behind is going to be the 81 of Daisy Esler. But looks like Miramontes has got at least a half a track lead on this one.
Coming around 2 to go this time by Fabulous Bob holds the green flag in the air, indicating 2 to go as Miramontes coming up off turn number 2 all by himself up there in second place. It is the 81D of Daisy Esler. Is Eddie Humphreys not running close enough to her to make a move, and white flag is out as Randy Miramontes has one more time around. Checker flag going to come out this time for Randy Miramontes.
Checker flag out. Miramontes goes and wins heat race number 1. Looks like it's going to be closely followed by the 81D of Daisy Esler. Coming out turn 4. Oh, she gets a little slideways there. She corrects it, comes down to the checker flag, taking second. Closely followed by the 3RD 96 of Eddie Humphrey.
Heat race number 1 in the books for tonight. Trying to work on getting my live timing and scoring up and running at the moment. But Miramontes taking home the win. Race number 2 coming out looks like this. On the point, Dana Gardner in the 37 car. He's out of San Bruno, California on the point. Don Abitz in the 23 car starting outside the front row.
And starting in your second row in the third spot is going to be the 5150S of Shane Tippmann. And to his outside is going to be in the 4th position is the 3R of Tom Brown.
Our 2020 champion. Lights out, going green flag racing.
to the high side, taking over the first spot. Dana Gardner hits the wall in turn 2. He's a little slow coming off the wall, but he gets it back under his own power. Tom Brown coming out of 4. Closely followed by the 51S of Shane Tippmann and the 23 of Donna Bitts. Bitts and Tippmann, they're duking it out down the backstretch, going into 3 and 4. Looks like Tippmann is going to take the inside. He pushes up like a little bit of a dump truck there. It looks like at the line is going to be the 23 of a Bitts. Dana Gardner looking like he wants to get in on this. Coming up on the high side, he's going to try to split them. Looking at it, it's going to be 3 wide going into 3. Dana just pushes in there, and they collect Bitts and Garner into turn 4. Nose to nose, tail to tail, all up on that wall right now. Yellow flag out. And coming out of turn 4, 2 to go, it's going to be Tom Brown in that 3R. He's got about a half track length over Shane Tippmann. Coming down the backstretch. And Fabulous Bob's got that white flag in hand, getting ready to show it to the 3R of Tom Brown. He's got 1 lap to go. See if he can hold on and take home this heat race win. Brown making his way down the backstretch into 3 and 4. Taking it down on the low side. He's going to come to his first checker flag of the season. Tom Brown with your heat race number 2 win. Closely followed by the 51S of Shane Tittman. That gives it up for the mini stocks. All right, guys, give it up for Tom Brown winning heat race number 2. Coming up next, we got a couple cars in the chute. They're going to be doing a couple hot laps right now to try to make sure that they got everything squared away before their heat races. Coming on to the track now is the 24M of Larry McKenzie. And behind Larry is going to be the 74A of Judy Arth. Going to go and do a couple laps right now. Make sure that everything's dialed in. Make sure every bug is squashed. So that way they can give us their 100% for the heat races. Larry McKenzie coming to the line right now. Diving into turn 1. Judy Arts slow, but coming out of turn 4. I don't know. I don't think she got it fixed. Let's see what happens. Oh, Judy decides to take it off as she came down the front stretch. It looked like she was bucking a Bronco. Larry McKenzie diving in turn 1. He decides to take it off the track. I don't know what that was about. But, guess he's happy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, making their way onto the track right now is going to be the Delta Dwarf Cars with South Bay Dwarf Cars. Your Heat 1 lineup looks like this. In your front row, starting on the pole position, is going to be the 74 Double D of Kevin Moralio. And to his outside in the number 2 position is going to be the 57 of Kiran Costas. But it does not look like Costas made it to the field, which will move everybody up on the outside 1 row, which will be the 10B of Barry Waddell. And Moralio goes and leads the pack down out of 2, but Sean Catucci is on a tear coming into 3 and 4. Catucci takes over the lead, followed by Kevin Moralio. Looks like Chance Russell got a little loose there from the 64. Diving in turn 1, Catucci and Moralio are duking it out with the 64B of Eric Weisler. Weisler looks like he slows up, and Waddell looks like he gets a little loose coming out of 2. He's back under his own power. Catucci leading second lap, followed by Moralio. And here comes the 85 Double D of Jack Haverty. He's going to go and get up there on the 47's rear bumper. Looks like Moralio's just going to go and pull away from him. Diving into 3 and 4. Haverty slides up into Moralio. Haverty takes over the second place spot. They're diving into 2 and 3. Chance Russell, he's starting to get on the loud pedal there, but it looks like he's falling off again. Waddell, he is just getting slippery in the back of the pack. Clicking down these laps right now. Catucci, Haverty, Moralio, Wessler, and Russell. Oh, turn 3 and 4. Catucci gets loose, gets into Jack Haverty. Haverty keeps under his power. Catucci coming down, gets into Wessler. They're diving into 1 and 2 again. Catucci just cannot keep it straight in 1 and 2. Jack Haverty, as he comes by, wave back at him because his hood is waving at you. Followed by Moralio and Chance Russell. That's your top 3 right now. White flag being shown to Jack Haverty, followed by Moralio and Chance Russell. They're diving into 1 and 2. Looks like Chance Russell wants to give Moralio a little bit of run for his money. They're coming down the back stretch right now, heading into 3 and 4. Chance Russell dives in low. Morales goes high. They're holding their lines. And Sean Catucci gets a little loose in 3. Checker flag out. Your leader, winner, Heat 1 is Jack Haverty. Followed by Moralio, Chance Russell, Weisler, and Catucci. All right. So getting ready for Dwarf Car Heat 2. Heat 2 is looking a little something like this. Starting on the pole is going to be your 31 Double D of Ellie Russo. To her outside is going to be the 75 of Toby Brown. Second row, starting third place, is the 0 Double D of Charlie Correa. To his outside is going to be the 18 Double D of Devin Kammerman. Row 3, starting P5, is the 88B of Travis Day. To his outside, looks like the 42 of Keith Costas. And row 4, bringing up the rear of the pack, is going to be the number 12, Pinky, Justin Bingham. Cars slowing up, getting doubled up on the back stretch right now. Ellie Russo going to bring him around to the green flag. Lights are out. Green flag. Ellie Russo gets a good jump on that one. Toby Brown and Devin Kammerman closely coming up on him. Charlie Correa is a little slow. He's falling all the way to the back. Ellie Russo. Toby Brown. Ellie Russo clocking off these laps right now. She's got a good quarter track lead over Devin Kammerman. 88 double. I'm sorry, I'm used to the 88 being a double D with dwarfs, but he decided to go over to South Bay. That is Travis Day. Ellie Russo coming up, getting ready to lap Charlie Correa in that 0 car. She does. She goes to the low side. White flag out for Ellie Russo, Devin Kammerman, and Travis Day. Those are your top 3 right now. Devin Kammerman coming out of 2, looking to get past Charlie Correa. See if he can. He goes to the low side. Charlie holds his line. Good. Kammerman gets through nice and clean. Checker flag out. Ellie Russo, Devin Kammerman, Travis Day. That's your top 3. Fourth going to be Toby Brown, Justin Bingham, and Charlie Correa will round out your first heat race.
A beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Here we go. That group number 2 coming out for the Delta Dwarf Cars. On the point, the 68 car. Of course, that's Dynamite Dave Rosa on the point. Outside the front row, it is Captain Chaos Danny Wagner. He had one heck of a busy week this week, fixing multiple cars after last weekend's event. But Danny Wagner, winner last week, out on the front row outside. Michael Rosa in the 2 Double D inside row 2. Row 2 is outside. It is Pete Penantina. And then row 3, it is Tom Van Tile in the 111 Double D. Mark Biscardi in the 68B. And at the back of the pack, Tyler Applebaum in the 33. Green flag in the air. Down the front straightaway, Captain Chaos on the high side. Dynamite Dave down on the low side. Mark Biscardi has smoke coming out of the engine compartment as he is waving his hand to let people know I'm pulling up and out of the way. He does see the smoke, so hopefully not permanent damage or a lot of damage on that engine. As Biscardi in that 66B pulling it off the racetrack this time. Captain Chaos with the lead off turn number 2. Dynamite Dave all over the rear bumper of his son, David Michael Rosa, as David Michael came up off turn number 2 and had a little bobble and had to get out of the gas.
And right now, coming out of turn 2, you have a father-son battle going on. David Michael's getting the best of his dad at the moment as he is holding that fine line. Tyler Applebaum decides to call it a night. Well, at least a race. He pulls to the inside. But as we're coming out of 2, David Michael Rosa over his father, David Rosa. Danny Wagner still holding on to the lead at this time, followed by David Michael Rosa, David Rosa, and Tom Van Tile.
Captain Chaos up off turn number 2, down the back straightaway. Into turn number 3, working right up on that same line we talked about during hot laps. Oops, he gets up over the cushion that time. In the middle of turn number 4, no one's close enough to make a move.
Yeah,
David Michael Rosa having trouble last week getting involved in that accident over there in turn number 2, Mike.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we almost tried to call it out, but yeah, Tom Van Tile went around in turn 3 and 4. But he continues under his own power. And in turn 1 and 2, that is Benita getting a little loose there. Looks like that track gopher kind of jumped up and bit him. So at this time, we're going yellow. Fabulous Bob's got a black flag. Who's it going to go to? He's waving the black flag to the 96 because in heat races, it is one and done. You bring out the yellow flag in a heat race, you are done after that.
All right, well, we have a minute. Just to let you know, coming up after this race, we'll draw some more race-o numbers. Tyler Applebaum getting pushed back towards the pits. It is 33 car. We do Texas-style restarts here for all divisions except for the Pacific Coast Hobby Sox and the sprint cars. So these guys lining up. Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner, with control of the field. He has a front row to himself. Second place gets to choose high side or low side. Then they fall in line appropriately behind there. But Danny Wagner has control of the field. Hard on the gas coming up off turn number 4. Wagner in that 11 Double D. A very tired guy had to leave town for work for 3 days this week and rebuild multiple race cars. And so he has very little sleep. Tom Van Tile, ooh, I don't know how he missed the wall off turn number 2. But he does, and coming around to the white flag this time. Captain Chaos looking for a checkered flag. One more lap around.
Yeah, coming out of 1 and 2. Yes, Captain Chaos in the lead. David Michael Rosa overtaking his father, David Rosa. They're coming down the back stretch. Let's see what they do. Coming to the checkered flag. Coming to the checkered flag, you got Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner, followed by David Michael Rosa, David Rosa, and Tom Van Tile. That wraps it up for heat race number 3.
I bet that's got to be fun racing your dad.
Fun?
Fun. I'm not sure if, as a dad, I would want to race my kid. No, actually, I would.
No, you would. And
I'd probably
that's
bump him up and beat him up a little bit.
I do definitely look forward to when Mackenzie gets old enough to drive. I would love to drive against her. I don't know.
She'll be driving you around in a wheelchair.
God, I hope not.
Heat race for the Hobby Sox getting ready to go. I think they're next. That does it for our Dwarf Cars. Pacific Coast Hobby Sox. I believe our Sound is ready to go. And right now, folks, get your RACO card out. Here comes the next RACO numbers.
All right, everybody. 3 numbers, 3 chances to add to your RACO card. Or 2. If you bought a program, you get 2. First number, Romeo 9, R9. Second number, Charlie 41, C41. And third number of this sequence is going to be Alpha 28, Alpha 28. Yeah, that's our first Adam. Alpha. Alphabet.
Why don't you give a whole rundown for all the numbers?
All right, so rundown of all the numbers from our past pools. You got R6, R6. Then you got R9, R11, R12, R13, A28, C32, C35, C41, E as in Edward, E47, O69, and O72, O72. Do we have a winner yet? Nah, you guys are all quiet. All right. In a little bit, we'll run another 3 numbers.
All these numbers available on Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page and the official Antioch Speedway Instagram account. Assuming I'm operating this thing properly. I'm hoping. Anyway, getting ready to go. I've been playing with wires and stuff, and just one of them nights. Getting ready for some hot laps. Trevor Kleiman's in this 2C. IMCA Modified rolling out. And Jason Jennings in the 42J in the IMCA stock cars. You can see these cars here next week. That's right. These cars are returning. The Modifieds are returning. The stock cars will be here in 2 weeks. But the next week, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, and the Hardtops and Winged Valley Sportsmen will all be here next Saturday night. April 2nd. We're already talking April next month, or next week. Hard to believe. Jason Jennings, a little damage on the right front of that. The fender pulled in just a little bit. Hopefully not rubbing on that tire. We don't want to ruin a tire on hot laps. Trevor Kleiman's coming up off turn number 4. Just getting some seat time in that modified after a very successful 2021 for him, taking home the California State Championship with the IMCA Sports Modifieds, Mike.
Now, Wiley, we were talking about this during the opening, the first race. Are we still considering him a rookie?
He's got the rookie flags. He's going for Rookie of the Year.
Okay. Definitely does not drive like a rookie, that's for sure.
Not at all. White flag is out for this hot lap session. If you haven't gone down to get yourself a hot dog, hamburger, cheeseburger, double cheeseburger, french fries, nachos, soda, ice cold beer like Bud Light, Modelo, Corona, head on down. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I tell you what, Wiley, I wish I wasn't on the clock. Because that Budweiser sounds really good right about now.
I was just going to say, if you're heading down, make sure you pick me up something.
Yeah, wouldn't that make an interesting live stream?
Just put the beer in a soda cup.
Do not show security. No. Oh, that'll do it for these hot laps right now. Trevor Kleiman's and Jason Jennings are going to go and head on off the track. Coming up next, heat race number 1 of your hobby stocks.
Actually, we're going to have the mini late models coming out next.
Oh, even better.
Looking forward to these guys.
Yes.
Didn't get as many as we wanted. There are a number of them sitting in a garage locally due to just trying to get parts. The parts all have to come from Sharp, who builds these, and they were not available. So, unfortunately, some of the cars that were supposed to be here did not make it tonight. These are 600cc motorcycle engines. Got Mitch Enos in the 09 car with DJ Sense. I know I'm probably killing the name, but DJ Sense. And his dad, Mitch, in the no, I'm sorry, that's Matt. Matt should be out there, right?
Yeah, the 189 is Matt Malcolm.
That's it.
He's been very big in trying to promote this class out here. And they take the green right now, diving into 1 and 2. You got DJ. He gets crossover by Enos.
Something's wrong with the 72.
Oh, something wrong with 72. He is slow coming down the backstretch right now as they are fighting in 3 and 4. Malcolm and Enos waiting to see what happens with the 72, but the 09 and the 189, they are duking it. Yellow flag comes out as the 72 comes to a stop in turn 3 on the inside berm. Wow. I tell you what, you hear these engines, Wiley, you think it's a dwarf car. Then you look up and you're like, wait a second.
Well, these have smaller engines than the dwarf cars.
They do. They do.
By
but
400 or 500 cc's, right?
Yeah.
1,100 cc's for the 1,000. Depends on the motor, right?
It depends on if you're injected or not.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're running a fuel injected in the dwarf cars, you're at about 1,000 cc's, give or take a little bit. These guys are running 600 fuel injected motors.
Yeah.
And boy, do they rip around this track for sure.
I wish our timing and scoring was working. I'd love to see exactly what the speeds are on these cars. But
You know what? I think I'm going to do an unofficial timing. I'll bust out the stopwatch right now.
I'll have to get mine out with that gives me the speed on it.
Yeah. It looks like 72 is getting pushed off by our DNF crew, which we do want to give a shout out to all of our DNF crew out here. Thank them every week, volunteering their time to come out here and help clear this track when these guys have uh-ohs, boo-boos. What else are we going to call these? Mistakes.
Oops.
Oops.
Mitch Enos takes the low side. Puts Matt on the high side, coming around. Again, these mini late models. The California Sharp mini late models. Matt talked about, interviewed him on the pre-race show. Has raced some back on the East Coast, and he's looking to do it again.
Yeah,
hoping to get some sponsorship so he can go racing on back in Georgia and stuff.
Yeah, I follow Malcolm, and he did a lot of traveling the last couple of years, and he posted up a couple days ago. He goes, with these gas prices, he wants to go out to the Midwest, but with these gas prices, he wants to stay local and build this class out here. So, and you know what? More power to him. Green flag coming out. Enos in the lead, followed by Malcolm. I'll go and start the timer next lap by.
Bouncing through turns number 1 and 2, coming up off turn number 2. These cars have a little bit of a bounce to them as they're coming through our bumps here in the racetrack. Enos on the high side, Malcolm down on the low side, falls back in line. Malcolm, the only guy local for here. He's out of Antioch, California. The other two drivers, Mitch and DJ, out of Manteca, California, as Mitch Enos is our leader coming through turns 3 and 4.
Wiley, I just looked at my stopwatch here for Enos. 16.06 seconds, unofficially, but from the start line to start line with 16 seconds. That is pretty fast for these little things. And diving into 1 and 2, Enos followed by Malcolm at this time. Malcolm looking like he's getting a little gain on Enos. See, as he dives into 3 and 4, Malcolm takes it. Oh, and Enos goes around at 3 and 4. Malcolm coming to the white flag as Enos is stuck in 4. See if he can get that started. Malcolm coming out at 2, coming down the backstretch. Yellow is officially out as Enos gets his car started. Now, again, these motorcycle engines, they're a little tricky when you go and spin them out. It's a little hard to go and get them with the clutch. It's usually a hand clutch now. We don't use foot clutches anymore. Talk about hand-eye coordination.
How many people can even drive something with a clutch these days?
I don't know, honestly.
Not many. I mean, you go to the last car I bought, or a couple cars ago, I went to the dealer, said, I want one with a standard transmission. He goes, this is a standard. It's like, no, it's not. It's one of those ones that you just, the sequential, it's got, the normal drive, RND 2-1, and then you can slide it over and go plus minus. Like, that's not standard. I want a clutch.
I don't know if I'm going to say I had the pleasure of trying out a smart car, but yet they have that sequential clutch, and they're scary. They're very scary.
I know my current car, one thing I don't like about it's got that, but Man, you step on the gas because it's drive-by-wire or throttle by wire. It doesn't go when I step on the gas.
No,
it's a minute or a second delay. It's like, no, I need it to go.
Yeah, that's.
All right, 3 numbers coming up.
All right, 3 numbers. Let's go and get this thing rolling.
After this first hobby stock thing, we were a little slow on that. First heat race for the hobby stocks look like this. Scheduled to start on the point. James Gracely out of in the 44G to his outside. Danny Aves in that 2X car. Larry McKenzie starting inside row number 2 to his outside. It'll be Michaela Taylor in the 71A. At the back of the pack, it is Jewel Crandall in the 3JC and Taylor DiCarlo in the 17T. That is your starting lineup for heat race number 1 for the hobby stocks. 4 heat races coming up for the Pacific Coast hobby stocks. James Gracely in that 44G has control of the field. Going to get the 1-to-go signal.
I was just going to say, while I was watching Gracely come out of 4 there, thinking they were going to take the green, and I'm like, wow, he's going real slow on that one. So, now, that's one thing that we did talk about last time I was here, that, on restarts, that pole sitter, he plays games. Plays hard game. And unfortunately, that second-place car has to sit there and choose correctly.
Try to anticipate and hope you do it, so otherwise you're going to get called back. All right, bringing him around, James Gracely has control of the field. Up off turn number 4, green flag in the air. Danny Aves on that high side with a good run off turn number 4 down the front stretch into turn number 1. Aves in the number 2 car, 2X, pushing a little bit in the center of 1 and 2. Here comes Michaela Taylor. She'd stuck her nose in there trying to go 3 wide, coming up off turn number 2, has to fall back in line. And Gracely, he's going to try to take the lead, coming up 4 wide, coming up off the turn, and Danny Aves with the lead.
And look who's coming up wanting to play is going to be Larry McKenzie. He's taking over the second spot as Danny Aves gets into the wall slightly in turn 2. Coming into 3 and 4 is going to be Gracely, McKenzie, Taylor, and Crandall. McKenzie looking to battle with Gracely right now. They're neck and neck. Give that one to McKenzie going into 1 and 2. But here comes Gracely on that high side. He's going to try to take that away from McKenzie. Michaela Taylor, she's getting a little loose there in turn 2. Her and Crandall are going to go and battle out. Man, we got battles all over this heat race.
Our 2021 champion, Larry McKenzie, with the lead coming across the line. 3 down. 5 laps remain in this 8-lap heat race. We got James Gracely second. Michaela Taylor third. 4th is Taylor DiCarlo. 5th is Jewel Crandall. And at the back of the pack is Danny Aves. But up front, it is our 2021 champion, Larry McKenzie, coming up off turn number 4. Seeing the cross flags, if we did cross flags, we're halfway. As McKenzie halfway done, 4 down, 4 to go. James Gracely now trying to hold off Michaela Taylor as that 71A then pushes in the center of turns 1 and 2. Not working well on that low side.
Now, while I'm sitting here watching, the Crandall and Aves going into 1 and 2, it must be slippery up there. They're sliding all over the place. But, yeah, McKenzie and Gracely, Gracely looks like he can get to the back of McKenzie right now, but coming down the backstretch, he loses a little bit.
Coming around to complete lap number 6, 2 to go this time by. Fabulous Bob holding that green flag in the air. Furled up as McKenzie coming around. He's got about a lap and 3/4 to go as Gracely getting through turns 1 and 2, as you had mentioned, in the center of the turn better. Coming up off, losing ground on the exit of the turn. It might be that low side, the high side keeping the momentum up for the 24M. White flag in the air one more time around.
Yes, white flag in the air. McKenzie's got a solid lead over Gracely coming out of the corners. Michaela Taylor looks like she's starting to gain on Gracely. Let's see what she can do coming to the checker flag. Checker flag being held up. Crandall passing Terry DiCarlo right now for 4th. Checker flag out. Larry McKenzie is your winner of heat race 1, followed by Gracely, Michaela Taylor, Terry DiCarlo as Crandall goes around in turn 3 and 4. She's stalling it out. Looks like Taylor DiCarlo is going to take over 4th, followed by Danny Aves. Looks like Crandall got it fired up. She's going to come on down the front stretch.
Kenzie going slow over in turn number 4.
He's just going to soak that win in. That's going to be his first checkered flag win, heat race win for the season. So he's just going to.
No, he's got problems. Yep.
Yeah.
24M. He had an 8-lap car.
That's all you needed for a heat race.
That's all you need. Heat race number 2 getting ready to roll off. Charlie Bryant in a new color this year. He's got a red car this year in that 11A out of Oakley. Scheduled to start on the point. To his outside, that'll be Ken Johns. Ken won 3 or 4 in a row midsummer last year in that 32 car. He's out of Antioch, California.
And in row 2, starting on third position, is going to be the 45 of Gene Haney. And to his outside in the 4th spot is going to be the 07 of Jared Baugh.
But Ed Grayson Baca in the 31B out of Brentwood starting in the 5th spot. To his outside will be Judy Arth in the 74A. But Judy not making the call. So we are down to 5 cars already in this heat race. Lights out, coming around to the green flag this time. Charlie Bryant with control of the field in that 11A Camaro. Starting to see more and more of the metric cars and less of the Camaros as they're getting harder and harder to find.
I was going to say, yeah, I checked on a couple of different rebuilds, and I don't see parts often. Coming to the green flag, Charlie Bryant gets a nice jump over Ken
That's
Johns.
going to be a no start, Mike, just so you know.
Okay.
It's already been called off.
Let's see. What's Fabulous Bob give out? Yellow lights are out. That yellow and red flag coming out. Yep. Complete restart. Looks like Charlie got a little anxious.
Little too good of a start.
They'll bring him back around, double him up, try it again.
Now, we've been talking the last couple of weeks about how the games that take place on the restarts and on the starts. And one thing I noticed on that one, he was starting right on the very bottom. Some guys like to push the outside line up and get a better run. Sometimes you start on that very bottom. If the guy on the high side's smart enough, he'll move up a little more and get that extra momentum coming up off the turn.
Yeah, most definitely. Especially out of turn 4 here at Antioch, you want to get that downhill run. So, yeah, you'll push that second place car up and kind of freak them out, get them into the wall a little bit. Well, not get them into the wall, but try to. And here we go. Try it again. Green flag out. Charlie Bryant, Ken Johns. A little better of a start there, Wiley.
Down in front straight on turn number 1. Ken Johns on the outside has to get out. Oh, and Bob's calling that one back. He's saying, nope, not again.
Oh, the games, Wiley, the games.
So look for potentially front row getting pushed back to the row 2 and the row 2 moving up. We'll see what the call is going to be. They might give him one more shot. Charlie Bryant, Ken Johns, row 1, row 2. Gene Haney, Jared Baugh, row 3. It is Grayson Baca. Judy Arth not making the call. I don't see her car back there in the pit area.
It's tucked up behind that sign over there. See just the tip of the nose over there.
Charlie Bryant bringing him around. Again, working on the low side. Now he's picking up the gas a little bit later this time, and I think we got a good start down the front straightaway. Into turn number 1, Charlie Bryant, Ken Johns, side by side through turns 1 and 2. The slight advantage coming up off turn number 2 to Ken Johns down the back straightaway, working towards a complete lap number 1.
Yes, and they are duking it out for that first place position coming out of 4. Charlie Bryant, Ken Johns, give that one to Ken Johns on the downslope. Going into 1 and 2, Ken Johns holding a little bit, but he slides up the racetrack. Charlie Bryant takes back over the lead. And behind them, Baugh and Baca, they are duking it out. They want first place as well as Ken Johns gets a little loose.
Leaders coming up off turn number 4 down the front straightaway, but we have a battle for third right now as Jeannie Haney pulls into the infield as the 31B of Grayson Baca passes Jared Baugh in turns 1 and 2. Now the 31B setting his sights on Ken Johns as Charlie Bryant is on the point and stretching it out just a little bit. He has got the lead by about a car length and a 18:04 on the stopwatch, 74.834 miles an hour that last time by.
And diving into 3, Ken Johns wanted to go a little low, but Charlie said no. And we got Baca. Baca really wants that second place. He's right on Ken Johns' rear bumper diving into 1 and 2. Baca goes low, Ken goes high. Baca had to get off the gas. Baugh comes in and taps him on the rear bumper.
31B of Grayson Baca to the infield on the back straightaway. Lap number 5 in the books. 3 to go. Yellow flag is out because the 31B is not far enough off the racing surface back there on the back straightaway, so we're going to have to push him out of the way. Lineup is set. 3 laps remain. 5 laps in the books. It is Charlie Bryant, Ken Johns, and the 07 of Jared Baugh out of Pittsburgh. Heat race number 2 for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. Hopefully they can get that 31B of Grayson Baca repaired and get him back out for the main event coming up in just a little bit. Got that car off. Fabulous Bob should give him the 1-to-go signal. Gene Haney pulled it in the infield about a lap before the yellow flag came out. Side by side, this is one of the only division that does side-by-side restarts after a fan vote last year. And I think it's been very successful.
I think so too. Now here's the thing, 3 cars on this lap. Question is, they're side by side. You got Baugh in the back. Where does he go? I'd sit there right in the middle and see if I can go and thread the needle on this one. Because those 2 up front, Ken Johns and Charlie Bryant, they're putting on a show up front. So let's see what happens. Fabulous Bob, green flag out. They are door to door coming to the line, diving into one.
I'm giving that Ken Johns by about 1.5 inches.
That was a slim inch, that's for sure. Charlie Bryant takes over, though, coming in 3 and 4. He's got about a car length lead, but Ken Johns diving to the inside, coming to the line. Green flag up, 2 to go.
A little chrome horn between Ken Johns and Charlie Bryant as those cars come up off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Ken Johns not quite close enough to make a move. Looks a little bit high going into turn number 3 and actually loses about half a car length, maybe a full car length. White flag in the air. One more time around. 75.167 miles an hour as we are completing heat race number 2 for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. Charlie Bryant, car length and a half over Ken Johns. As Johns is trying to hold off Jared Baugh, his car gets sideways and give it to Charlie Bryant. Jared Baugh beats Ken Johns back to the line and put Johns back into the third spot. And Baugh had that second spot all of about 100 feet.
If. No, that was a very hard-fought heat race. That gives it up for heat race number 2 of the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks.
Get your Raco cards out. Here we go.
Here we go. First number on Raco is going to be Adam 18A18. Second number is Charlie 31C31. And your third number is going to be Oscar 68068.
Those 3 numbers, A18, C31, 068, can be found on Antioch Speedway Bar Promotions Facebook page. The lineup looks like this. Mitchell Dana out of Sassoon in the 66. On the point to the outside, Colton Haney out of Brentwood in the 46.
Row 2 starting third position is going to be the B2 of Breck Smith. To his outside is going to be in the 4th position, the 47X of Angela Brown.
47, Gavin Griffiths, 5th. 6 is the 33B of Dave Baca. Green flag in the air coming up off turn number 2. That 66 car down the front straightaway, Mitchell Dana. And Bob's calling that one back.
Ooh, Wiley, these guys are anxious on these starts. And we got the 33 of Dave Baca. He just came flying under that one.
That car kind of reminds me of a pavement car. The body on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, almost like a Port City late model.
So we're going to line them back up and go back and try this yet again. Lights out, going green flag racing this time by. Green flag in the air. 66 car down on the low side. Much better start this time. Colton Haney right there falls in line, and here comes that B2 car. He pushes his way through up to the second spot. That B2, of course, is the Breck Smith car out of Newman, California. Down into turn number 3. Sliding it sideways. That B2 car pushes up the hill almost into the fence coming up off turn number 4. But the 66 car of Mitchell Dana on the points.
And coming out of turn 2, you got Dave Baca passing the 46 car. Looking to make his move on Angela Brown coming out of 4. Going to take the low side, but no. Dana Mitchell is still in the lead, followed by B2. And Angela Brown in 3.
Angela Brown in that 47X coming up off turn number 3 as the 33 car of Baca pushes up the hill and loses some ground as he almost got into the fence off turn number 2. But our leader coming up off turn number 4. Crossing the line, Mitchell Dana out of Sassoon in that 66 car. Now getting pressure from behind by the B2. Breck Smith, as Smith dove into turn number 1, had to get out of the gas as he pushed up the hill. But here he goes into turn number 3, side-by-side battle for the lead. That car is not turning at all. He's pushing so hard into the turn, and the only way he got the lead right there was pushing that 66 up out of the way. The 66 had to get out of the gas to keep from getting hit by the B2 as that car is pushing like a dump truck as he dove in there into turn number 3 last time.
And diving into turns 3 and 4, Angela Brown going to the inside of Mitchell. Right behind them is Baca, Brown, and Mitchell. They're going to drag race down the front stretch. Give that one to Mitchell, but Brown to the inside. Mitchell goes up. He loses a little bit of ground. Baca coming on to his inside as well. He's going to lose that position to Baca as he pushes all the way back to 4th with Haney on his rear bumper as well. B2 of Smith with a commanding lead right now.
Coming around a lap and a half to go. Breck Smith down the back straightaway, but that battle for second continues coming up off turn number 2. Angela Brown with about a car length over Dave Baca as they drive into turn number 3. White flag at the line for our leader, Breck Smith. Angela Brown now stretching it out just a little bit more. She's got a couple car lengths coming up off turn number 4, but Baca into turn number 1, trying to get that spot. We'll keep an eye on our leader, Breck Smith, but he has got a clear track. Battle for second into turn number 3. Coming up off the turn, Angela Brown with a slight advantage. Baca sliding it sideways. Give it to Angela Brown. Our winner, Breck Smith in the B2. Angela Brown second. Dave Baca in the 3rd spot. Colton Haney 4th, and 5th is going to be Gavin Griffiths.
Wiley, I watched that heat race. That was beautiful. 2 heat races in a row, battling for the 1st, battling for 2nd, battling for 3rd. I cannot wait for the heat race, or the main.
1776 on the stopwatch last time by for our winner, 76.014 miles per hour. All right, getting ready for heat race number 4, and it looks like this. Ron Brown making a rare start. He normally is helping the track or helping other racers. He's coming out today chasing down or running his new car that he may lose to his wife. She's already, lovely Lori Brown may already take it. But anyway, Ron Brown out of Antioch in the 65S. Jess Palladino, he's starting in the 2nd spot out of Brentwood in that 23 car.
And second row starting P3 is going to be the 16 of Adam Kajala. To his outside is going to be the 55 of Hollywood, Brad Coelho.
Rocky Kajala making a season debut here. Shelby Asher out of Antioch. Or was he here 2 weeks ago? I don't remember now. Anyway, Shelby Asher in the 24 JR starting at the back of the pack. And we also add in to the mix the Thimble, Anthony Vina, starting 6th. Coming around, green flag in the air. Ron Brown down on that low side, metric car in hand. Down the front straightaway. Into turn number 1 on the high side. It is Jess Palladino trying to get up to Ron's outside. He gets a little bit sideways as he gathers it in. Touches the rear bumper of Ron Brown just a little bit going into turn number 3. But here comes Brad Hollywood Coelho. Some damage on that 65S car after the contact from the 23 car. But Coelho up into the 2nd spot. And boy, he almost might have the lead coming up off turn number 2, Mike.
Yeah, and coming down the backstretch, Brown and Coelho, they're going to duke it out, but don't count out Jess Palladino or Vigna. They're looking to take away that 2nd place spot over Brad Coelho, but Palladino loses it, gets a little slow into 1 and 2. Here comes Vigna, almost made that 3 wide. 23 and 54, they touch in the middle of the corner. Here comes Kajala, he wants to get in the mix, while Brown gets a little loose, goes and taps on the 55 there. Give that to Brad Coelho.
Coelho down in turn number 1 first. Then you got Ron Brown Anthony Vina in the 54 on the high side. Jess Palladino on the low side. They're side by side coming up off turn number 2. That battle for third. Now Vina is on that spot for the third. Jess Palladino falls back to fourth. Rocky Kajala in the fifth spot. And we have Shelby Asher back there in the sixth spot. She's logging laps, learning, and doing exactly what she needs to be doing being brand new to the racing scene. But Hollywood Coelho on the point, coming through 3 and 4. Battle for second now as Anthony Vina on the low side of Ron Brown.
Coming to the line, yes. Hollywood Braquelo has at least a quarter of a track length over Ron Brown. Vigna is pushing really hard coming into the inside of Ron Brown. He decides to go to the outside this time over Brown. Does the thimble have it? No. Brown going to come to the line. Vigna, Palladino, and Kajala. But Coelho, he got into some lap traffic there with Asher, but was able to get around her with a clean pass.
That car is race fast every time out. White flag in the air one more time around for Coelho. Then you got Ron Brown, Anthony Vina in the 54 car, Jess Palladino and Rocky Kajala in the 16 with Shelby Asher back there in the 24 car. Battle for the 4th spot as Rocky Kajala gets underneath Jess Palladino. Checkered flag in the air for our winner, Brad Coelho. Battle for second is going to be Ron Brown, Anthony Vina third, Rocky Kajala fourth, fifth is Jess Palladino, sixth is going to be Shelby Asher. Grab your race cards, folks. Let's take three more numbers.
All right, guys, here we go. 3 numbers, 3 more chances to win. First number up, Adam, 29. Adam, 29. Second number, E as in Edward, 58. Edward, 58. And your final number for this sequence is Adam, 17. Adam, 17.
Just hot lapping here for Taylor DeCarlo and Judy Arth. This is not a race, just hot lapping.
Yeah, got me a little offhand on that one, that's for sure. Green flag out for this hot lap session. Terry DeCarlo. Yeah, Terry DeCarlo. No.
Taylor
DeCarlo. She's looking pretty good. You got Judy Arth down the front stretch. Looks like she's having some more issues. Don't think they figured all that out just yet.
Looks like she's shifting, trying to get something in the gear, trying to find a gear.
That's not good. Well, what do they say in trucking? Grind it till you find it.
I think she grounded off.
Yeah, can't find it, right?
Yeah. It's going to do it for our heat races here tonight. Great time to head on down, get yourself a hot dog, hamburger, cheeseburger, double cheeseburger, popcorn, nachos, Bud Light, Corona, Modelo, all kinds of goodies. I want to say thanks to our track sponsors, starting with Pacific Coast General Engineering. They stepped up, and they are the title sponsor for the Hobby Stocks, Pacific Coast General Engineering, Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. Their number, 925-252-0214, 925-252-0214, Pacific Coast General Engineering. General Plumbing Supply Company out of Brentwood, California. You can call them for all your plumbing supply needs. Their number is 925-634-6660, 925-634-6660. General Plumbing Supply Company out in Brentwood, California. McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services. They do lawn and tree care. They do weed spraying. They do pest services. And you can call them at 925-634-1255. McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services, 925-634-1255. For all your lawn and tree care, pet services, and weed spraying, give McCauley's Agricultural and Pet Services a call. O'Reilly's Auto Parts. For all your auto part needs, head on over to your local O'Reilly's. Got them all over the place, and they'll get you good prices, good parts, and they're ready to go. That's O'Reilly's Auto Parts. Gas are up with Cocoa Farms. You can check them out, their website at enjoycocofarms.com. Cocoa Farms located right here in Antioch, California. Delta Transmission and Delta Drive Lines. They do foreign and domestic transmissions, standard and auto. They do rear differentials, transfer cases, and they're located at 1105 Sunset Drive in Antioch. Their number is 925-754-1870. 925-754-1870. Delta Transmission, Delta Drivelines. Favalora Trucking. C&J Favalora Trucking. They're the proud sponsor. They're located in Martinez, California. C&J Favalora Trucking. Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream. If you want some ice cream, head on out to Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream at 2581 Main Street in Oakley, and they make the ice cream right in front of you. And folks, the neat thing is that stuff, they make it at the plate is negative 20 degrees, and it gets it so cold you can take it home and it'll still be frozen. They have lots of different concoctions. Pina colada is what I had last time. The person I was with had the s'mores. I got to go back. I've got a few different flavors I want to try. But Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream out there in Oakley, folks, it is fantabulous. You don't want to miss it. If you like ice cream as much as I do, you got to go to Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream in Oakley. If you need a printing done, give a print club a call right here in Antioch. They're located in 1913 Verne Roberts Circle, and their number is 925-754-8771. 925-754-8771. I'll spit it out yet. Print Club here in Oakley. Then for all your equipment rental needs, give Cresco of the Bay Area a call. They have facilities all over the Bay Area for whatever your need is on equipment rentals. You can give them a call. Their number is 800-573-1732. That's 800-753-1732. They're open Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And tell them Antioch Speedway told you to call. Cresco Equipment Rentals of the Bay Area. Beautiful Saturday night. Some great racing action here tonight. We are in our intermission, and we will be back in just a few minutes with more racing action as our main event's coming up next. I'm hearing a work that there might be a trophy dash. Hobby trophy dash coming up in just a little bit.
여기 붙여라. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's the night. Let's live it up. I got my money. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Like, oh my God. Jump out that sofa. Let's kick it off. I know that we'll have a ball. If we get down and go out and just lose it all. I feel stressed out. I wanna let it go. Let's go way out, spaced out, and losing our control. Fill up my cup. Mazel tov. Look at her dancing. Just take it off. Let's paint the town. We'll shut it down. Let's burn the roof. And then we'll do it again. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. Let's live it up and do it. And do it. And do it. Do it. Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. 'Cause I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. I feel tonight's the night. Hey, let's live it up. Let's live it up. I got my money. Hey, let's spin it up. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Smash it. it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, and do it, and do it. Let's live it up and do it, and do it, and do it, do it, do it. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, do it, do it, do it. Here we come, here we go. We gotta rock, 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 rock. Easy come, easy go. Now we on top, 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 top. Feel the shot, body rock, rockin', don't stop, 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 stop. Round and round, up and down, around the clock. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Saturday to Sunday. Get with us, you know what we say. Party every day, pop, 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 party every day, and I'm feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. I'm feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good, good night. Woo-hoo.
Right now, I just need you to get real loose. Get comfortable. Grab your loved ones, or grab your love partner. And if you're by yourself, no worries. Just follow after me. Gonna do the two-step and cowboy boogie. Grab a sweetheart and spin out with them. Do the hold down and get into it. Take it to the left now and dip with it. Don't throw down, take a sip with it. And lean back, put your hips in it. Let's have some fun. To the left now. To the right. Now take your left hand and put it on your side. Gonna roll your shoulders. Do the slip and slide. This next part's my favorite part, cause this time to shine. Gonna do the two-step and cowboy boogie. Grab a sweetheart and spin out with them. Do the hold down and get into it. Take it to the left now and dip with it. Don't throw down, take a sip with it. And lean back, put your hips in it. It's simple, you can do it. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Now cool down, have a good time. Slide to the left, slide to the right. Do the butterfly, have a good time. Round, round, round and round you go. It's time to show out right now and take to the floor. Gonna do the two-step and cowboy boogie. Grab a sweetheart and spin out with them. Do the hold down and get into it. Take it to the left now and dip with it. Don't throw down, take a sip with it. And lean back, put your hips in it. Take it down now, take it down now. Take it down now, take it down now. Bring it up now, bring it up now. Bring it up now, bring it up now. Take it down and crisscross. Bring it up now, crisscross. Do whatever you like right here. Just have fun. Gonna do the two-step and cowboy boogie. Grab a sweetheart and spin out with them. Do the hold down and get into it. Take it to the left now and dip with it. Don't throw down, take a sip with it. And lean back, put your hips in it. That was not so bad. That was not so bad, was it? That was not so bad. That was not so bad, was it? That was not so bad. That was not so bad, was it? That was not so bad. That was not so bad, was it? Gonna do the two-step and cowboy boogie. Grab a sweetheart and spin out with them. Do the hold down and get into it. Take it to the left now and dip with it. Don't throw down, take a sip with it. And lean back, put your hips in it.
belly long. Someone's faster on the drum. No matter where you hide, I'm coming after you. No matter how the race is won, it always ends the same. Another room without a view awaits downtown. You can shake it for a while, live it up in style. No matter what you do, I'm going to take you down. Shake down, break down, take down. Everybody wants you to the crowd alive. Break down, take down, you must stand. Let down your guard, honey. Just about the time you think it's alright. Break down, take down, you're busted. This is a time where everyone is reaching for the top. This is a place for second best will never do. It's okay, won't you shine? But once you step across that line, no matter where you hide, I'm coming after you. Shake down, break down, take down. Everybody wants you to the crowd now. Break down, take down, you're busted. Shake down, break down, honey. Just about the time to think it's alright. Break down, take down, you're busted. Shake down, break down, take down. Everybody wants into the crowded line. Break down, take down, you busted. Shake down, break down, hurry. Just about the time you think it's alright. Break down, take down, you busted. Shake down, break down, take down. Everybody wants into the crowded line. Break down, take down. Let down your guard, honey. Just about the time you think it's alright. Break down, take down, oh, you busted. Shake down, break down, honey. Just about the time you think it's alright. Break down, take down, you're busted.
A beautiful Saturday for racing here at Antioch Speedway, and we are in intermission, of course. 21 Dwarf Cars here tonight with Jack Haverty taking home the win in heat race number 1, followed by Kevin Moralio. And Mike, Kevin Moralio retired last year, and suddenly he lasted one race in retirement, and he's back and working on a full-time deal later in the season. But Kevin Moralio running the 47 Double D car.
Yeah, I mean, during the right after the Marysville National last year, when he announced his retirement and he sold his entire team, his entire shop, we were giving him a little bit of flack about that. We were like, you're not going anywhere. And he swore up and down that he was done. But from what we're hearing, he's not. And it's wonderful because that man is always in contention for a championship, whether it be the Western States or here at Antioch.
As we go to heat race number 2 for the Dwarf Cars, Ellie Russo out of Bay Point, as she ran Speed Week up in Oregon last year and learned a lot and came back a different driver has won a main event, won some heat races. She is a person on a mission, and now up into the pro ranks for the Western States as well, and made both nights down at the national event in Mojave. In Mojave, on Friday night, without going through the B main. She made it right directly in from the heat races and made both nights where Danny didn't.
Yeah, it has something to say about racing. Is that Danny, he's the one that's pretty much taught her everything she knows. Brought her to Oregon, like you said, and yeah, she took to that like water in a sponge, and like you said, a 100% different driver. I'm now afraid of her, where before I thought I could run with her. But she's definitely going to be a contender tonight. I'm looking at the lineup for the main, and Wiley put me down on paper. I'm going to say she's going to be top 5.
Devin Cameron right there behind her, and those two seem to run very strong together. You see those two cars around each other all the time, Devin Cameron and Ellie Russo. Devin in the second spot. Travis Day finished third. Toby Brown fourth in that heat race number 2. Heat race number 3, no surprise here. Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner with the win in that 11 Double D.
Yeah, most definitely. Danny, strong car. It's one of those cars that if it has a hint of power, it's gone. Definitely going to be a car to see at the front, if not the pole sitter. Well, we'll see what happens with the mains, but he's definitely going to be top 3 tonight, looking at who we all have. Yeah, Danny, never count him out unless he has a problem, but I don't see that happening.
David Michael Rosa and Dynamite Dave Rosa finished second and third. It was kind of fun watching father and son battle through a good portion of that race, heat race number 3. Tom Van Tuyl finished in the 4th spot. I want to bring up the last place finisher in this particular one out of San Jose, a gentleman who is always strong when he's running, Mark Mascardi. I bring him up because he was letting the smoke out of his motor tonight.
Yeah, that was definitely a chain-smoking motor. Yeah, Biscardi, unfortunately, I haven't been able to talk to him about what happened there. But, yeah, just all of a sudden he hit that gas pedal, and it just went up in smoke for a good lap or so. And he just said, you know what, I'm done. And I'm kind of sad because he was actually going to be my choice for the main.
Well, hopefully he's able to get that thing fixed and get it out here for the main. Hopefully it wasn't an internal or terminal issue. Looking at, we're going to swing down to the mini stocks. Randy Miramontes stepping out of the super stock, stepping into a mini stock in the 5150R out of Santa Rosa, and he took home his first win here at Antioch Speedway in a mini stock.
Yep.
Daisy Esler and the 81D out of Santa Rosa also had a very strong run, finishing second in heat race number 2. Is it ever a surprise when Tom Brown takes home a win here at Antioch Speedway?
No, not at all. That car is always strong out here. He's got this track figured out. Going into the main, my money's on him.
It's going to be interesting between him and Randy Miramontes because Randy was very strong, and I'm looking forward to seeing those two together. As he was winner, he raced 2 and our 2021 champion. Yeah. Hey, I want to give a shout out to Jimmy Bobby, Jimmy Robbins.
Oh, good old Jimmy. What's going on with Jimmy?
It's his birthday today.
Birthday?
157 years old. I'm sorry.
Close enough.
Something like that. I don't know. Happy birthday, Jimmy. Wish you were out here. Looking forward to, I don't know, he might be out in the pits. He tends to hang out back there. Yeah. He's in the grandstands? Okay. Jimmy, Bobby, Jimmy, wherever you are, stand up, jump up and down, make a fool of yourself. Happy 157th birthday. Can't wait to see you out on the racetrack here at some point. You end up on the racetrack every year, so I'm assuming you're going to be out here for that. Moving on to the mini late models, and unfortunately we didn't get the car count we wanted due to basically supply chain issues, just like the country's suffering. They needed parts from Sharp, and they couldn't get them in time, so there were a number of cars that weren't able to make it. So that is promising that we got 3 and that the cars wanted to come, so looking forward to them being when they come back later in the year.
Yeah, let's just say this. It looks promising, the fact that we had at least 7 cars in the Bay Area alone, just here getting worked on. It's definitely going to be a class that is something we want to look forward to. Like I was telling you during intermission, I'm looking at getting into one of these things, hopefully I fit. But Matt Malcolm, we were talking earlier today, and yes, even a big guy can fit in those cars. So definitely look forward to seeing them on the schedule the rest of the season.
If you can fit in a dwarf car, I guarantee you can fit in one of these cars.
We're still putting the quotes around fitting in a dwarf car. Getting
Just
in
because you wear it like a dress.
Very tight-fitting dresses for sure.
Yes. But Matt Malcolm went out and took home the win for the heat race for the mini late models. What a great time that was. Now on to the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, where heat race number 1 saw our 2021 champion, Larry McKenzie, pick up finishing. He started third but took home the win out of Discovery Bay. Larry, you can't be surprised when he wins.
No, not at all. Of course, we're sitting there talking at the end of that heat race. He only had an 8-lap car, it looked like, but he came back out here for those couple hot laps, and it looked like it was back under power, and he's going to be looking for a top 5 for sure tonight. I mean, we got a pretty stacked lineup. So.
As we always do, as we're very lucky that we have one of the best hobby stock fields consistently in the state of California.
Well, yeah.
Car count and quality.
Yeah, I mean, and to think, we're still up here in Antioch using Camaros, and they're still putting on shows the way they are. I mean, you see them out there battling with the metrics left and right. So, it's a testament to what we can still build here in Antioch and surrounding cities. I mean, I don't think the Camaro's going away.
Slowly, it's
definitely kicking and
scrapping
screaming.
it, yes, the whole way. But at some point, it's just the numbers are going to run out.
Yes, the supply chain is going to do it. Yes.
So James Gracely finished second in that first heat race with Michaela Taylor. She is going to win a race this year. I really do believe that.
Michaela?
Yep.
Yes.
Fireball is going to win a race this year.
Fireball will be taking a checkered flag in front. Yes.
Her first weekend last 2 weeks ago. She did not have the weekend she wanted. She found out I think she's 17, just turned 17 years old last weekend. Mm-hmm. Not having power steering is hard. She did not like that. She didn't have power steering, and so that's why she was running around slow at the back of the pack 2 weeks ago. But that is fixed here tonight.
Oh, boy, power steering, even in these dwarf cars, is not fun. Power steering, anyone that's in it, yes, Wiley. You're pointing at me.
I'll just say you're talking power steering and dwarf cars. I talked to Sean Catucci earlier, and he took his out. He said it was messing up his steering.
Yes, I mean when you get into a dwarf car, power steering's kind of one of those silver spoon, silver platter things that you put in there. It's not something you're used to, and when you start off with it now. Sean Catucci originally got that car from Butch Casaro when he decided to retire. One of our dwarf car drivers that actually decided to retire, and he's staying in retirement, even though we're trying to pull him out by every rein we can get. So, Butch, if you're watching this, come back, buddy. We miss you.
He's having too much fun in his Razor.
Yeah. But, yeah, power steering in these dwarf cars, when you put them in there and you learn how to race with them, the moment you take them out, no, you can't. It messes with you a lot.
I can't imagine what it was be like because I did not have power steering when I had a dwarf car back in the day.
I don't think they invented the power steering back then.
I'm not that old. I might be old, but I'm not that old.
But yeah, no.
We had round wheels. Thank you very much.
Round? What?
Yes.
Oh, you mean wooden wheels?
Well, I didn't say what kind. I just said they were round.
Yeah, no, but yeah, definitely power steering in one of these heavy hobby stocks, late models, these heavier cars, you definitely want to have it, especially diving into these corners. And she found out the hard way. Got to do upper body workouts. Got to work out those forearms because that power steering will work it out for you.
If you've never done it, go unhook your power steering in your car, see how it works out for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I did that with my street car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you really want to make it interesting?
Put a corner in it?
No. Unhook the power steering, roll up all your windows, turn on the heat when it's 95 degrees out. And drive around for 3 hours. See how that goes for you. Yeah. All right, heat race number 2 looks like this. Charlie Bryant in a new color car this year. Had a great battle with him and Ken Johns. And Ken Johns ended up falling back to third after Jared Baugh passed him for that second spot coming up off turn number 4. But that was a great battle the whole race long between those cars.
Yes, that was beautiful. Definitely is going to be something to see how they shake that out with the main lineup. Wiley, I'm going to be honest with you. Looking at the main roster right now, we're going to have a lot of 3 wides and a lot of battling throughout the entire thing. And heat race race number 2, that showed what's going to happen. So,
heat race number 3, Breck Smith in the B2 out of Newman, California, took home the win, followed by Angela Brown and Dave Baca. Breck has a different looking car than we've seen. Actually, I think that was a 72 car here last year, it looks like. And
I was going to say beat up, but
it's beat up, but out there and ran strong. So congratulations to Breck Smith. Angela Brown, good run, holding off Dave Baca, Colton Haney, and Gavin Griffiths rounding out those fields. Heat race number 4. Here's a shock. I think we need to start him in the back regardless. Hollywood Brad Coelho out of Oakley taking home another win in that 55 car. When they show up, man, that thing is just hard to beat.
I've joked with Rich all last year, honestly, with Brad, and I told Rich, I go, let's start him in the back of the pack 2 laps down and see what happens.
He'll still come out and battle for the lead.
Yeah, within a lap or 2, he will be leading. Hey, that car is fast. It's a car that you can almost put your money on every week that he's out here. He will be in the top 3, top 5.
Ron Brown making a rare appearance in a race car. He works on race cars all the time. He owns multiple race cars. His wife is lovely Lori Brown. And Ron out here in his Metra car that he built for himself that Lori has already said, yeah, it might be mine. And Ron admitted, yeah, it might be hers.
Well,
so he had a good run in second. It was kind of fun watching him and Brad battle there for the lead a little bit. Anthony Vina, the Thimble. Well, what can you say about Anthony? He shows up late and runs strong in that beat-up old 54.
Oh, God. I really wish he would put that wrap back on it so that way we know it's him. And what do we got coming out? Oh, we have a trophy dash. We got all the winners from our heat races, and, oh, look at that. We put the 55 in the back. Now, are we going to start him a lap down? I don't know. But, Wiley, why don't you take over for this one?
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Gentlemen, take off your hats. If you're a member of the military or former member of the military, thank you for your service to your country. If you're a first responder, thank you for your service to your community. It's now time for tonight's Star Spangled Banner. right, folks, we're going to a little trophy dash here for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks as we get ready to announce the field. As Fabulous Bob grabs his flag, we're going to do a quick announcement on the drivers down there.
Now, as you guys have probably noticed, this trophy dash is going to be ran by the 4 heat race winners.
Starting in the 4th spot, at the back of the pack, winner of heat race number 4 out of Oakley, California, driver of the number 55. Give it up for Hollywood, Brad Coelho. In the 3rd position, out of Newman, California, in the B2 car, give it up for winner of heat race number 3, Breck Smith.
And starting on your front row on the outside, you got the 11A of Charlie Bryant. And sitting on the pole position, that is P1. That is the 24M, your 2021 track champion, Larry McKenzie.
Ladies and gentlemen, get up for these 4 drivers. They're about to run 4 laps for the trophy dash here tonight. Our 4 winners from the heat races for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. Who's going to win? Let me hear you if you think Hollywood Brad Coelho is going to win. All right. Let me hear you if you think out of Newman, California, Breck Smith is going to win. And how about for Charlie Bryant? And last but not least, who thinks that our 2021 track champion, Larry McKenzie, is going to win? Well, I'm going to say, Mike, out of the cheers I heard, I think Hollywood Coelho is the favorite to win for our fans here tonight.
Yeah, definitely. So what are you thinking, Wiley?
4 laps. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I'm still going to give it to Brad. I'm thinking Brad.
My gut says Brad, but 4 laps, starting on the pole, clean air. No, I can't do it. He's my boy, but you know what? I'm going with Charlie Bryant.
Ooh.
I'm going with Charlie Bryant, to be honest with you.
I'm seeing Brad being in the lead by the time they get to turn 3. Or at least battling for the lead.
Yeah, my gut's telling me that, but you know what? I'm an optimistic kind of guy. Charlie ran very well in his heat race. McKenzie, when you watch this replay, I'm sorry, bud, but this I think is going to Charlie.
All right, here we go. We're going to line them up. Larry's trying to get a head start.
Hey, Larry, green's not out, buddy. Let's put some heat in these motors, get them warmed up.
Checking out we just did some track prep. They're going to get a couple hot laps here just to see how it's feeling.
I'll tell you what, the track prep that I saw going on, this is going to be real good for the main.
As we get set, Larry McKenzie. Got a little smoke coming out of the back of that car. Not something he wants to see.
You know, while I'm watching Larry McKenzie coming into the corners, I don't think that's engine smoke. I think that's a little bit of tire rub.
Maybe some tire rub in that right rear going through the turns. Definitely not down the straightaway.
Yeah, that's...
Almost looked like I may have seen some out of Charlie Bryant there, too.
Yeah, that's...
All right, here we go.
Oh, boy. Well.
And it doesn't look like maybe there's more body roll than we're seeing in the turns.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of clearance going down the straightaway in that right rear.
Yeah, as you see him dive into the corner there, that right rear is kind of sinking pretty good. And I'm watching him coming out of the corners, and he's still hunched over on that right rear. So hopefully it's just tire rub. Let's be honest. No smoke is good smoke, but if you have smoke, pray to God it's just tire rub.
He did blow a motor late in the year last year.
Yeah, he wasn't too happy about that one.
No. All right, we got the lineup set. So Larry McKenzie, Charlie Bryant, row 1, row 2. It is Breck Smith and Hollywood Coelho. Lights out, coming around to the green flag. Who's going to win it, folks? We're about to find out. 4-lap trophy dash for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. Breck Smith getting right on the rear bumper. Larry McKenzie coming through turn number 3.
Slow and easy.
Green flag in the air. Larry gets a great jump. Here comes Brad Coelho. He's already taken the spot for second.
Oh, yeah, you said turn 3, Wiley. Let's see what happens coming down the backstretch. Larry McKenzie, Charlie Bryant giving Brad Coelho all he's got. Turn 3, Charlie Bryant still holding on to second, but Coelho dives in. He's going to hold on. McKenzie, Bryant, Coelho, and Smith.
As the pack goes into turn number 1, Larry McKenzie now getting Charlie Bryant. Still has smoke coming out of the back of that car. Here comes Brad Coelho. He had trouble getting around Charlie Bryant on that first lap coming around. 2 to go this time by. Larry McKenzie not shaking him. Still only has a half a car length lead as Charlie Bryant looks right in his rear tracks. Here comes Brad Coelho underneath him. Battle for second up off turn number 2.
And diving into turn 3, Coelho gets over Charlie Bryant, but Charlie Bryant's going to try that high side. He goes and pushes up a little bit. Coelho taking over second. White flag. Larry McKenzie and Brad Coelho coming to the line. Give that one to McKenzie, diving into 1. Coelho coming down low. McKenzie up high. They're going to drag race coming out of 2. They touch fenders. Coelho over McKenzie into 3. McKenzie goes and slides up. Coelho coming to the checkered flag. Smith goes around. Give it to Coelho. Followed by McKenzie. As Smith's been around 4. And McKenzie goes diving off the racing surface.
Hits the wall over there on pit exit.
Ooh-wee, that wall is not going to be happy. Give it up, guys, for Hollywood, Brad Coelho.
Heading down for a winner's circle interview. Hollywood Brad Coelho coming from dead last, taking home the win. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Brad Coelho. Ladies and gentlemen, Brad Coelho. Brad, you started out dead last and took home the win.
Yeah, you got to be patient. The track was a little slick. Some of the guys were having a hard time. I seen the 24 was having a problem. And I do a lot of iRacing at home. You know, I came down with cancer two years ago, and I did a lot of iRacing at home. I never thought I'd race again, so right now I'm doing good. Started racing last year, and I'm having the most fun of my life.
You tried to make a move. You got out on the initial start, got down to turn number 1, battling for second, and then Charlie was able to get back out in front of you. You had to get back by him, but once you got by him, you really set your sights on getting to Larry.
Yeah, like I said, Larry was having a problem, so I knew once I got to Larry, I might be able to get by him. So I just waited for him to make a mistake. He opened the door, and I got in there.
All right, you're $100 richer now.
Woo! That goes to my car owner, thanks to the Calhoun brothers and everybody, my wife, my grandson, and everybody. Tommy Thompson at home. I'll be driving a hardtop this year also. So, and all the fans, man, I love you guys. You guys have been my fans forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Hollywood Brad Coelho. Hollywood taking home $100. I believe that's from Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream. Thanks to Rich. And Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream for the Trophy Dash cash. All right, Hollywood will come back out for the main event here in just a little bit, see if he can take home another win. A lot of wins for him last year when he was in the field. He doesn't race every week, but when he's here, folks, he is one of the guys absolutely you have to watch out for to take home the win.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get a little bit of hot laps in here with the 66 of Dana Mitchell. He's going to go and try out this track, see if there's all of his little bugs are worked out for his main. Green lights are on, so he's going to get up to speed here pretty quick. Give him a couple of laps, figure it out.
Ladies and gentlemen, getting ready for the mini stocks. For the main event. Starting lineup looks like this out in the point out of San Bruno, California, to number 37. Give it up for Dana Gardner. To this outside, the 28 car out of Pittsburgh, California, Ryan Graham.
And in row 2, starting P3 is going to be the 23 of Donna Bitts. And to his outside is going to be the 96 of Eddie Humphrey III.
In the fifth starting spot, the 5150S out of Santa Rosa, California, Sean Tittman. And in the sixth starting spot, Daisy Esler out of Santa Rosa and the 81D.
Starting in the fourth row to the inside 7 position is going to be the 3R, Mr. Reliable himself, Tom Brown. And to his outside, starting 8th, 5150R, Randy Miramanis.
And at the back of the pack, Lena Bales out of Antioch, California in the 22 car. Look for that row number 4 to work their way forward. I think one of the winner, my pick anyway, is going to be one of those 2 cars, Tom Brown or Randy Miramontes out of Santa Rosa for both of them.
I tell you what, Wiley, I'm looking at this field. It could be anybody, but yeah, I'm with you on that one. It's come out of row 4.
Time to play the game.
As they come around, ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet, wave your hands, your hats, jump up and down. Let's give it up for the Antioch Speedway Mini Stocks.
It's all about the game and how you play it. All about control and if you can take it. All about your stand if you can play it. It's all about.
Lights out, going green flag racing next time by. Dana Gardner got a black flagged in the first race after causing a yellow flag in the heat race. So he is out on the point. Coming around, green flag is coming out. See if Bob's going to let that one go. As they got things straightened out, Ryan Graham to his outside. Now Graham falls to the back. Dana Gardner leading lap number 1 as they come up off turn number 2. But Graham having trouble in that 28 car. He's losing ground. Tom Brown already up to 3rd place as he started back in the 4th row.
Yeah, coming out of 4th, Dana Gardner's got at least 6 car lengths on him. Diving into turn 2, Ron Brown getting all over Miramanis. Ron Brown takes it over, diving into 3.
Tom Brown,
sorry.
As Tom Brown now is clear of the 2nd place. Dana Gardner with the lead. Tom Brown 2nd. Miramana is in the 3rd spot. And the 5150S Tittman on the 4th. But they're crossing over. New battle for that down the back straightaway, put Tidman into the third spot. Miramana's back to fourth. And we got the 28th of Graham in the fifth spot. And something's wrong with the 5150S of Tidman. He's suddenly going slow.
Yeah, I'm checking his tires right now, Wiley, and it looks like he's got a left rear down.
And the 28 car, Graham, having problems. He pulls into the infield. Battle for the lead coming up off turn number 4, down to turn number 1. Tom Brown down on the inside. Dana Gardner on the high side. Brown gets a little bit loose on the entrance of the turn. Coming up off turn number 2, though, side-by-side drag race. 2 rear-wheel drive cars down the back straightaway. Can Brown make the turn? He pushes up the hill. Gardner crosses over, looks to the inside, but Tom Brown is our leader.
And a little bit further back, he got
battle as the 81D of Daisy on the inside, Eddie Humphreys on the outside. And that is a battle for the 5th spot. And one car up the hill, almost into the fence as Eddie Humphreys makes the pass on the low side of Essler. As we're going to take a look up front as Lena Bales right in front of the leader. It looks like Bales has a problem with a possible left front on that car as she is having problems all over the place trying to get through the turn as our leader passes her by going into turn number 1.
And our leaders are coming up on that lead lap traffic. We got a battle for second between Miramontes and Dana Gardner. Miramontes on the inside looks, they beat and bang coming out of 4. Give it to Miramontes second. Gardner in third.
As Gardner also bought a new toy this offseason, bought himself a hobby stock. He's concentrating on the mini stock. The hobby stock is for the hobby to have some fun with. And so he'll be out here with that as well at some point. But Tom Brown is our leader. I believe 8 laps in. I've got to confirm that. And Randy Miramontes in the second spot. Dana Gardner in the third spot. Fourth is going to be the 51S or 5150S of Sean Tittman. Then Eddie Humphreys in the 96 car. 81D of Daisy Essler in the next spot. But our leader putting another lap in the books. Dying down. Tom Brown down the back straightaway into turn number 3. That Pinto being chased awfully hard by Randy Miramontes. Miramontes, a super stock driver, waiting for his engine to get completed and out here running and having some fun in the mini stock action.
Oh, this is a little interesting, Wiley. Lena Bales all of a sudden found some speed there in turn 3 and 4. Almost took out Miramontes. Miramontes had to push up the track there as she's fighting to stay a little bit down. But it looks like Tom Brown and Miramontes are duking it out going into 3. A little bit of lap traffic. Tom Brown gets held up. Lap traffic coming down a little bit. They're drag racing to the line. Give that one to Brown.
Tom Brown by about 6 inches, I think, but Randy Miramontes is on the outside now coming up off turn number 2. Put him into the lead for the first time. Randy out of Santa Rosa, but he's got Tom Brown battling back on the inside. Lena Bales is right in front of them. She may play a part in this, trying to keep her down as Brown has to run up the racetrack as Lena Bales came up to work around her. But our leader's coming up on Eddie Humphreys, the gentleman who led most of the points last year before he had problems late in the season. And that car, he's got a different car this year, not running quite as well as he would like so far. Our leader comes down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Randy Miramontes has Eddie Humphreys right in front of him. He's got about 3 car lengths over Tom Brown, now 4 car lengths now coming up off turn number 2. Dana Gardner still in the third spot. Fourth is going to be, I believe that is going to be the 5150S of Tidman, as leaders are now passing, trying to put the 5th place car a lap down, as Miramontes gives Eddie Humphreys a little shot to the shorts and says, I'm back here, I need through. And he works his way through. Tom Brown's trying to do the same thing, battle for the lead up off turn number 4.
And coming down the front stretch, looks like Brown could not get past Humphreys at this time, but he's going to try it down low. He's going to slide up a little bit. Does he clear him cleanly? Yes, he does. We got a little bit of beating and banging on the back.
Our leader into the wall into turn 3.
He holds on to it, but Brown comes up on his rear bumper.
He got into the wall after making contact with his teammate. The 5150S coming down the back straightaway, and that put our leader into the wall, and somehow he's able to hold on and keep on the lead as Tom Brown trying to reel him back in.
Yeah, Tom Brown, he's making a little bit of moves as the white flag comes out for Miramontes. They're going to drag race down the front. Miramontes taking the lead on the white lap. Brown, though, he's moving up on Miramontes. Coming down the back stretch. We got Miramontes and Brown going into 3. Miramontes on the low side. Brown going to try to diamond the corner. He pushes up the track a bit. Come to the checker flag. It is going to be Miramontes followed by Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Randy Miramontes.
Lena Bales having a little tracking issue on that 22 car. Just going down the rear end off to left. Ladies and gentlemen, get it up for Randy Miramontes. Miramontes just took the win in the mini stocks here at Antioch Speedway. Let's have a visit with him. Randy, come on around. A little overheating there.
Yeah. I got to thank my crew, Chet Wilson for letting me take this car out, Tom Brown for the battle. I'm glad I'm first win of my life, really.
You are working with these mini stocks. You came out having some fun, looks like. You started 4th row, but worked your way forward in a hurry.
Yes, I did. My girlfriend's racing the 81D. She did great. I want to give her a round of applause, too. Yeah, it was awesome.
You got into it with your teammate, your team car, going down the back straightaway, bounced off the wall. Were you concerned about that?
Not really. Man, he's doing a great job, too. This is his first year also.
All right, well, what do you think of these little mini stocks compared to your super stock?
I started out in a mini stock Chevy Love pickup. They're not very good to start out with. They're long. But taking track champion last year in the super, and then now this, it's awesome.
All right, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Randy Miramontes. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
All right, with that, he's going to go back as we're getting set for our next group of cars to come out.
Yes, Wiley. And next up on the docket, we are going to have our Delta Dwarf Car Association and South Bay A feature. Again, tonight is going to be a dual club shootout. Both clubs are going to be racing for points tonight. Starting on the pole. Well, you know what? Tonight we're going to start from the back. Starting in the 21st starting position is the 66B of Mark Biscardi. In the 10th row, starting on the inside, 19th spot, 57 of Karan Costas. Starting on the outside, 20th position is going to be the 42 of Keith Costas.
It's outside row number 9. It's the 33 of Tyler Applebaum. 2 is inside. Out of Tracy, California, the 0 truck of Charlie Correa.
Starting in the 8th row, starting 15th is the 96 of Pete Piantanida. And starting on their outside is in the 16th spot is the 10B of Barry Waddle. Starting in row 7, starting 13th position is the 43 Double D of Sean Catucci. And to his outside, starting in 14th, is the 12 of Justin Bingham.
Then outside, row number 6. It is Tom Van Tile in the 111 Double D into his inside Toby Brown in the 75 car out of Pleasanton, California.
Starting row 5 on the outside, 10th spot, 85 Double D, Jack Haverty. And to his inside, starting 9th, the 31 Double D of Ellie Russo.
Starting 8th out of Bay Point, California, in the 11 Double D, winner of his heat race earlier tonight. It's Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner. To his inside, out of retirement, out of Pleasanton, California, the 47 Double D. It is Kevin Braulio.
Starting in row 3 on the outside, 6th starting position is the 18 Double D of Devin Kammerman. And to his inside, the kid, starting 5th position, the 2 Double D of David Michael Rosa.
Row 4 looks like this. The 812 Double D on the outside out of Antioch, California. Birthday boy last week. It's Chance Russell. To his inside, the 2020 champion here at Antioch Speedway, the 88B out of Concord, California, Travis Day.
Starting row 1, starting in the 2nd position on the outside is the 68 Dynamite Dave Rosa. And starting on your pole from South Bay Dwarf Car Association, the 64B Eric Weisler.
And folks, I'm going to have to look at row number, let's see, is that number 4? Kevin Braulio, Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner, both in that row.
Woo, that's going to be a row.
That's going to be a heck of a row right there. Ellie Russo right behind him. She's going to probably follow him up through as well as we get set for racing action here for the Delta Dwarf Cars.
Ooh, Wiley, this is going to be a good race. I mean, row 4, row 5, don't count out Rosa. And you know what? I think Sean Katucci's going to possibly pull out a top 5 on this one for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, coming around turn 3 and 4, get on your feet. Let them know you're here. It is the Delta Dwarf Cars and South Bay.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. We got everything you want. How do we know the names? We are the people that can find whatever you may need. If you got the money, honey.
Lights out, going green flag racing next time by for the Delta Dwarf Cars here at Antioch Speedway. Eric Wessler on the point out of Campbell, California.
Woo, Wiley, I'm getting anxious for this one. This is going to be a good shootout for sure.
I don't know. I think you need to recuse yourself on this one. You're
I'm a little biased.
just a little. All right, as they come around, ladies and gentlemen, Eric Wessler, Dynamite Dave on that front row. It's weird. I'm still not used to Dynamite Dave in an orange car. Green flag in the air, down the front straightaway. Into turn number 1 they go. Dynamite Dave Rosa on the 68 car. Has a great run through the center of the turn. Launches off down the back straightaway. Put Dynamite Dave on the point. Wessler in the second spot. And here comes the battle for the third one-car round.
Yep.
And turn number 1, yellow flag is out. That is the 57.
Of Corinne Costas. Woo-wee. Hey.
As we get set for the cars to get lined back up, and I think we do have to go a complete restart. It is a restart. Did not get that lap in.
Yeah, definitely getting used to that orange car of Dynamite Dave Rosa.
Yeah, that just, I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah.
Hey, folks, don't forget to keep an eye on the website at www.antiochspeedway.com. A lot of content, new content now with Donnie Martin back down here and helping us out. And he's putting a lot of stuff up there as Donnie Martin, so looking forward to everything you can see there. Green flag in the air. Once again, we're trying this out, and Eric Wessler gets a better start that time. We'll see if Dynamite Dave can get through that center of the turn like he did, and he does again. Wessler struggles a little bit in the center of the turn. Dynamite Dave launches down the back straightaway, put the 68 car on the point. Wessler second, as those cars come up off turn number 4, and the 812 Chance Russell, look at him go. He's up to third.
He is like a rocket, Wiley. Definitely, we're going 3 wide through 1 and 2. We got Wessler. Chance Russell sitting here diving to the inside. I thought he was going to get in the back. We got some beating and banging between Cameraman and Rosa, diving into 1 and 2. Travis Day, don't count him out either. They're coming down the back stretch. We're going 2 wide into 3. Make that 3 wide as Cameraman, Rosa, and Wagner. Look at Captain Chaos. He is shooting out of that gun.
He's got being held up right now with cars 3 wide in front of him, at least 2 wide, as Cameraman and Wessler right there in front, as we have 3 laps in, coming around to complete lap number 4, 16 to go in this 20-lap main event, as Chance Russell reeling in our leader, Dynamite Dave, the 57 car, going through the infield, having trouble once again. But look at that, Split and Wessler put Captain Chaos up in the 3rd spot. Our leader gets sideways in turn number 4, gathers it back up, and holds on to the lead. Russell not close enough to make a move for the lead. As one car, the 42 car, the door opens up on the right-hand side for the 42 of Keith Costas. Open door on that car, going to give him the black flag.
And while I'm sitting here watching these, we got a yellow flag out. Yellow, yellow, yellow. What are we looking for here? I don't see any cars spun around. Must be debris. Debris on the backstretch. We got
right down there underneath the Macaulay agricultural sign. We got debris.
Okay. Well, hey, Macaulay, we got pest control, right? That little pesky piece of debris. You know, Wiley, I was watching that mid-pack there. All those yellow cars, Rosa, Catucci, they were beating and banging for the last 2 or 3 laps. It was getting hairy, and it was some good racing.
Looks like maybe a muffler. Want to say thanks to the DNF crew, as we talked about. You see them go out, and they position themselves between where the race cars are coming from and the track workers to provide some protection. One of their deals that they do. I want to say thanks to them. I want to say thanks to all the officials down in the infield. Haven't thanked everybody today. And fabulous Bob up on the flag stand. Rich down at the end of the booth here, our race director, Andrew, our timing and scoring. The Hulkster, Kevin, running the camera tonight. And Mike, thanks for stepping into the booth again and having some fun with me up on the microphone as we get 4 laps in, 5 laps in. My unofficial pen seems to keep falling behind. I'm not sure why. Might be the operator. Texas Style Restart. Dynamite Dave, the best run I've seen him have in a long time.
I was going to say, Wiley, yeah, I haven't seen him up front like this in a while.
No. As he's got Captain Chaos down on his inside, though.
And
Chance Russell on the outside. He's got a couple of heavy hitters right behind him.
Chance Russell, Cameraman, Weisler. Don't count out Travis Day in that 88B. That's a number I can't get behind. But anyways, green flag out. Dynamite Dave Rosa and David Wagner on the pole. Wagner dives down in turn 1 on the inside. Dynamite Dave Rosa goes to the outside. Give it to Rosa. But Wagner not letting him go too easily into 3 and 4. We got one car going around 57, but he keeps under pressure.
Had a couple cars get together further back in the pack, the 96 car. Pete got into the back of the 111 of Van Tile. As our leader's giving up off turn number 4. It is still Dynamite Dave on the point. Here comes Captain Chaos down on the inside into turn number 1. Dynamite Dave running the line that Captain Chaos wants to run that car. The 11 Double D not working quite as well. A couple of car widths down the racetrack from where he wants to be, so unable to get around Dynamite Dave. But Dynamite Dave just having a whale of a run so far tonight with 8 laps in the books.
And yes, our leader's coming up on some lap traffic with the 57. Wagner pushing it to the inside, trying to take over, but Dynamite Dave Rosa says no. And we're going to move back a little bit as everyone's starting to bunch up. I'm watching that 47 of Kevin Moralio. He's starting to smoke. Danny Wagner on turn 1 and 2 going to the inside, trying to take the lead over from Dave Rosa. They touch. Give it to Danny Wagner.
Rosa has to collect it and put Chance Russell up into the 2nd spot, but Chance was making a move on Danny down the front straightaway after Danny almost bounced off the wall that last time by. But new leader, Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner. Chance Russell 2nd. Jack Haverty up into the 3rd spot. Dynamite Dave back to 4th. 5th is Devin Cameron. Yellow flag is out as the 57 car sitting backwards up there in Corinne Costa in turn number 4. That'll be the 2 for out of Half Moon Bay. 2nd yellow for the 57. He will be done for the evening.
Wiley, I know I'm getting excited up here. These guys are so fun to watch and call, but this lead, this front row right now is just amazing. Wagner, Rosa, Russell, and right behind them, Haverty and Cameraman.
Where did Haverty come from? Suddenly he was there.
That is how Jack runs. He just all of a sudden comes out of nowhere, and you're like, wait a second. And honestly, I think, I look at where he's from, parts unknown, and I think that gives a little bit more clout to that.
So Kevin Moralio back to the pits. 47 Double D. Kevin Moralio in driving that for Mario Marquez tonight.
Yeah, Wiley, and I was watching the last couple of laps with Moralio, and I noticed a lot of smoke coming out. So hopefully that motor's okay. Hopefully it was just a little bit of tire rub from a little beating and banging that he was doing.
Getting them lined up. Captain Chaos with the front row to himself, Texas-style restart. Second place, Chance Russell takes the high side, puts Jack Haverty down on the low side. Down by Dave Rosa and Kevin Cameron in the third row. Fourth row is Eric Wessler and looks like David Michael Rosa. Fifth row, Travis Day and Sean Catucci. Sixth row is going to be Ellie Russo. I'm surprised she has not worked her way up through the field. And Tom Van Tuyl. Seventh row is Toby Brown. And 12 of Justin Bingham. Then in the next row, the 10 car of Barry Waddell out of Redwood City. To the inside, and Pete Pianatinida. I've got to talk to him and see how you say that name. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
And at the back, the 42 of Kevin Costa. Sorry, I was also at the same time listening over the radio. The car that got pushed back, the bumper is stuck underneath the bumper of the push vehicle. They've
Better
got
check ride heights on that one.
Yeah. So working on getting that straightened out real quick.
Boy. Okay.
The lap counting pen behind again, 10 down, 10 to go, halfway done with this 20-lap main event. With the Dwarf Cars, can Captain Chaos make it 2 for 2 on the year? After starting out, he did not have a good Mojave event down in Arizona.
I blame the generator on that one. I think he had something for the Saturday night race on that one. Yeah, Friday wasn't that good, but I don't know. Like I said, I blame the generator. They had issues with the generator down there, and they had to cut the national short. But
yeah, issues. Power went out.
Yeah,
they're going down the straightaway. Lights out.
Yeah, isn't that fun? All of a sudden you're racing, and it goes dark. Oh, it reminds me of a Super Bowl.
Thankfully, the back stretch light stayed on, so they didn't lose them all. He did talk about that has happened before.
Mm-hmm.
So down in the infield down there, 57 cars stuck underneath the bumper of the Bronco.
I'm sorry. That's just, oh, boy.
Take a look while we have a minute, folks, at our schedule coming up as we are head on into the season. Next weekend, it is April 2nd already with the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, the Hobby Stocks, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, and the Hardtops, and the Wing Vintage Valley Sportsman. Those two going together. April 9th, the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, Hobby Stocks, and we're going to try the non-Wing 600 Micro Sprints again. On the 16th of April, it's the Easter egg hunt. If you got kids, grandkids, neighbors' kids, if you're a kid yourself, underage, of course, you got to come out and find some Easter eggs.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, you're too old.
Okay, well, you know what? I'll just bring my daughter out.
There you go. Along with the Easter egg hunt on April 16th, we'll have the WMR Midgets, the mini stocks back, the wingless sprint cars making their season debut, and the Delta Dwarf Cars all on April 16th. April 23rd, it's the wingless sprint cars, the IMCA Sports Modifieds returning, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, and the Delta Dwarf Cars. Then we have Monster Truck Weekend coming up the last weekend of April. Keep an eye on the schedule. It's still not determined if it's Friday, Saturday, or Saturday, Sunday. So it's either 29th, 30th, or 30th and May 1st.
Okay.
For Monster Trucks. And then the Mother's Day minivans. On Mother's Day weekend, May 7th, with the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars. I love the IMCA weekends. Always a great time having all the IMCA cars. Magic green flag in the air. Fabulous Bob holding that up. We're going green flag racing next time by 10 down, 10 to go. We are getting set for some exciting racing action because Captain Chaos, Chance Russell was giving him a run for his money. Can he make that pass? We're going to find out as Russell, his goal tonight, I talked to him in the pre-race, just win. That's all he's about. He just wants to win. So he is
I think
all
that's
set.
a good goal.
Absolutely.
And to his inside, starting on the second spot, is going to be Jack Haverty. He's going to give Danny a run for his money as well. And Cameraman, I don't know. Here we go. Green flag out. Wagner coming out of 4. We got them all bunched up. 3 wide going into turns 1 and 2. Chance Russell gets a little loose there coming down, starts boggling them all up. I can't tell you everyone, but Catucci goes around. He's stuck in the back. Yellow flag coming out.
They started bunching up. Sean had nowhere to go, got hit front, back, and then the side after working many, many hours this past week to get that thing fixed after the flip last week. Left front flat tire looks like, at least.
At least, yeah.
On the 43 car.
Man, the last 2 races, if he has luck, it's no luck.
Yeah.
Man, I feel it for the kid, though. Hopefully he can go back there. Hopefully it's just a tire, and he can get back out here.
All right, getting set. Chance Russell started that. He went down in the high side of turn number 1, Mike, and the car got a little bit loose, and he tried catching it, came down the hill. He got into Jack Haverty, who then got into Eric Wessler, and then they just stacked all up, and next thing you know.
I was trying to call that, and when something like that happens, you just get tongue-tied. Yeah, unfortunate that, that track gopher came up, got Chance, and he's going to have to pay for it, but that's racing.
Chance Russell finishing 11th last time out here last weekend.
And coming back on the track is the 43, Sean Catucci. So
glad to see that's back.
Yes, most definitely. See how maybe it was just the tire that got cut. So see if he can move up.
Lights out, going green flag racing this time by Captain Chaos with control of the field.
Oh, Wiley, we got a bunch of yellows up front. See what happens.
Wagner Racing teammates up there.
Wagner Racing followed by the Roses. Green flag out. Danny's on the loud hammer.
Last time he started way early. This time he waited right till the cone. Talking about those games.
Talk about those games coming out at 2. It's going to be Wagner, Haverty, and Cameraman. Cameraman and Haverty, they're duking it out for that second place, but do not count out the Rosas. David Rosas gets a little slideways there. Wessler coming onto his outside. They beat and bang. Cameraman and Haverty, they're going back and forth. Give it to Cameraman. A little bit further back in the pack, you got David Michael Rosa and Travis Day. They're duking it out for 7th place. Don't count out Ellie Russo either.
Catucci into the infield. Problem with Catucci, but also one car sitting backwards in turn number 4.
Looks like possibly the 42. Yeah, the 42.
That is the 42. Sorry, I had to get my monocular out because I can't see that far anymore. All I'm a pirate, don't you know?
Boy.
Arr.
Let's see here. So the 42 of Keith Costas is around in turn 4. Cannot get that fired. So we're going to bring out the DNF crew. Dum, dum, dum.
.42 spinning unassisted over there in turn number 4. Yep, he was all by himself. There was no one around. He just went around right there.
Boy, do I know that feeling.
What are you talking about, spin cycle?
Yeah. So just got word, 12 down, 8 to go. And going to start doubling them up, get them ready to go back to the loud pedal and finish these 8 laps, green to checkered. Everybody, let's hope for that.
Something about these cars, folks, these are very high-powered for the weight that they have, unless you're in it. But
yeah, you figure 1,000cc motors pushing about 200 horses with a 1,000-pound car. Yeah, we're going to get up to speed pretty quick.
they go fast. They are actually one of the top speed cars at this track.
Yeah, right behind probably the sprint cars in general. Now, let's not count the micros. I mean, those things are fast. Those are scary fast.
All right, Danny Wagner, real quick. On the point. He started way earlier, two restarts ago, started right on the line last time. Where's he going to start?
I think he's going to start on time.
Coming around, starting high.
Right. Oh, got the one to go. They're trying to get the 42 off. They're going to hold him off for one more lap. Ooh, the anticipation.
The rundown looks like this. Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner. Then we have got the Devin Cameron, Jack Haverty. Then Dave Rosa, Dynamite Dave, Eric Wessler, Travis Day, David Michael Rosa, Ellie Russo, Tom Van Tile, the Barry Waddell, Chance Russell to his outside, Toby Brown, then Pete, and Sean Catucci.
All right.
Started early, green flag in the air. Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner. Down the front row, or down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Eric Wessler trying to get underneath Jack Haverty. Devin Cameron trying to dime in the corner. Nothing doing. Putting Haverty up into the second spot. And battle for third as you got Eric Wessler. And sheet metal coming up off Devin Cameron's door on that 18 car. Put lap number 13 in the books.
And looking a little bit further back as they decide to go too wide, coming out of 2. Cameraman and Weisler, they're duking it out for that third place car. But do not count out David Rosa. He's looking to battle for that third place as well. Weisler goes down deep. David Rosa decides not to go and thread the needle like I thought he was going to do.
They closed that door in a hurry, didn't they?
Oh, real quick. Cameraman said no.
Heard him. When you're driving these things, can you hear the other cars coming up on you?
Yeah.
When you're listening?
When you're listening, I mean, you're sitting here going 80 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour, and you can't hear anything, but because you're so tunnel visioned.
You got to turn the mic on. It works much better. So, folks, that last lap was 16:04 in a stopwatch. That's 84.165 miles an hour.
Like I said,
they're going
80 miles
mid-80s and around this racetrack in these cars.
It is a good track tonight. Coming to the start-finish line, you're going to be Wagner, Haverty, Cameraman. Cameraman with half a door on. That thing's waving at everybody. Followed by Eric Weisler, David Rosa, Ellie Russo, and David Michael Rosa and Chance Russell. They're duking it out for the 1.
2 to go.
2 to go.
Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner on the high side. He's got about 5-6 car lengths.
Oh,
Jack
hold on.
Haverty.
Toby Brown in turn 4. He goes hopping over the berm.
That's going to bring out the yellow flag.
Yeah, sorry about that, Wiley. I just happened to the corner of my eye. I see this white and purple car jumping a tire, and I'm like, wait, that's not supposed to happen.
Toby Brown coming to a stop, gets that thing refired and rolls away. We'll get him lined back up. Not what Captain Chaos Danny Wagner wanted to see. Jack Haverty saying, thank you very much, Toby. Going to be a green-white checkered finish.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and give Devin Cameraman a nice wave. He's waving at you guys, so give him a wave back.
Got to talk to his dad, his crew chief. Not fastening that door on right. Got to give Mark a hard time.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Mark does it to himself. Love the guy. Great guy. He's a great crew chief. Great dad. Can never say anything bad about him. Always the life of the party on the Nationals, too.
Everywhere he goes. We'll leave that there. What happens there stays there.
Just like Vegas. What happens at National stays on YouTube. I mean, at the National.
All right, lights out, going green flag racing. Captain Chaos on the point. Jack Haverty second, chooses the low side, puts Devin Cameron on the high side. Eric Wessler, Dynamite Dave to his outside. Row 4 is Ellie Russo. She's sneaking back up there. Chance Russell's up there with her. David Michael Rosa, Tom Van Tile in the next row. Coming around, Danny Wagner, hard on the gas, coming up off turn number 4. Green, white checkered coming up, coming around. Down into turn number 1. 3 wide, Eric Wessler. Oh, him and Devin Cameron get together. Cameron wheel hops and loses 2 spots. Here comes Ellie Russo and Chance Russell. They're in the top 5 now. White flag is out. One more time around.
White flag out. Wagner with a 4-car lead with Jack Haverty, Weisler, and here comes Chance Russell. He's starting to move on up again. Coming to the checkered flag, ladies and gentlemen, on your feet for Danny Wagner. Followed by Jack Haverty, Weisler, Chance Russell. Give that one. I'm saying to Weisler for third. Turn 4, we got a car turned around. That is Pete. Sorry, Pete. I really don't want to butcher your last name, Pete. So, Pete, sorry.
Must be something with doors tonight, Mike, as Toby Brown just went by. His door's falling off, too, on the right side.
I don't know, Wiley. I think we need to call Speedway and check these rivets. These rivets, I think, need to be recalled. And just to let everybody know, we are looking at the replay up here that we have, trying to get the official finishes here for 3rd and 4th. We will let you know as soon as we know. All right, guys, official word. Wagner first, Haverty second, Eric Weisler by an inch, guys, for third, followed by Chance Russell. Give it up for the Delta Dwarf Cars and South Bay. We would love to thank South Bay for coming up here and helping us put on a great show. Give it up, guys, for the Dwarf Cars.
Ladies and gentlemen, climbing out of his race car, taking home win number 2 on the year. He had to turn the car around because he's got to show the sponsors on this side. Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner. I just got to say, Danny, you got to be tired. You had a really long week this week.
Yeah, I did. Between work and getting all these cars fixed from last weekend, it was a long week, but here we are.
But you put it in victory lane. You started out quite deep in the field, but able to hold on or work your way up through the field and then hold off like Jack Haverty. What a great run.
Yeah, I heard him a couple times. I thought I seen a nose. The car kind of went away with like 5 to go. I was struggling. But track was great, technical, little rough here and there, but a fantastic track. So I'd just like to thank all my sponsors, everybody that gets me here, my mom, my dad, A&J Hauling, Western Mobile Service, R&H Motorsports, DeCarlo Racing Products, All Spec Sheet Metal. There's a ton of people that go into it, and not a bad way to head to our regional down in Kern County in 2 weeks.
So 2 for 2 on the year, not a bad way to start off your goal this year of winning multiple championships.
Yeah, it's not a bad way to start, especially with running South Bay. So South Bay was here tonight with us. It's great to have another Club Cup sanctioned at our local track, and not a bad way to start both years. Win last weekend, win this weekend, so that counts for a win for South Bay.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner! Danny Wagner making it 2 for 2 on the year. After a really long week, had multiple race cars to repair. Sean Catucci's, Ellie Russo, to name a couple. And spent 12 hours, I know, on Sunday. Had to travel for work for 3 days, and they were scrapping on Sean Catucci's car till quite late last night, I hear, as well. So there he is, folks. Captain Chaos, Danny Wagner, taking home another win here at Antioch Speedway. Trevor Clyment in the 2C. And Jason Jennings going out for some hot laps. As these cars taking the hot laps, we got 2 more main events to go. Mini late models coming up next. I can't wait for these things. These things look like fun.
Yeah.
Oh, some of the stuff that happens off mic. White flag coming out as we get set to.
Off me? What are you talking about?
15 laps for the main event for the mini late models. California Sharp mini late models. These things are just downright cool.
Wiley, I'm telling you, I'm going to say it every time we bring them up. I am looking to get into one of these. I hope my fiance is watching tonight because, hey, I want one. And I hope a lot of you guys do too.
You better get rid of the Dwarf car.
I don't know. That's going to be a hard sell, to be honest with you. My heart is with dwarfs, but these little things are so cool.
The mini late models are absolutely fantastic.
And I was looking at the Sharps division, or whatever you call them, the sanctioning body, and they actually have micro wedges, which they look like mini late models just with an overhook with an overcage, and they're for 3 to 12-year-olds. So I'm thinking, my daughter's only got another year or two. We could have a little daddy-daughter team.
Starting lineup, DJ Sanez in the 72 car, starting at the back of the pack.
And in row 1, starting on the outside, the 2 spot is going to be the 09 of Mitch Enos. And starting on the pole, local boy, the 189 of Matt Malcolm.
Nice to see a local driver out here. I think we're going to see more of these. I really do think these things are just downright cool.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more. And, yeah, 3 cars, 15 laps. Give it up for your Californias.
As it comes around, ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet, wave your hands, your hats, jump up and down, make lots of noise. Let's give it up. Let's give them a great big Antioch Speedway welcome. Welcome the California Sharp Mini Late Models. Mike is wanting to sing Baby Shark right now.
Wouldn't it be fitting, though?
Baby Shark, do 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 do, Baby Shark, do 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 do, Baby Shark.
Kids in the stands, come on, join us.
Baby Shark. Baby race car. All right.
We tried.
Give crazy people a microphone and see what happens. All right, folks, I am curious because we didn't get the stopwatch on them last time. You had your phone, but I have my one with the miles per hour on it.
Oh, okay.
I want to see how fast these are going because they're like 2 seconds faster than the hobby stocks. And the hobby stocks are turning mid-70s.
And Malcolm brings to the green flag. He gets a good start. He goes flying down in turn 1. They start getting a little separated there, about 3 or 4 car lengths. Malcolm diving into turn 3 and 4. He's got a commanding lead, but Enos in that 09 car, he looks like he might be able to close the distance here in a couple laps.
So these cars pulling around a 16:22 that first lap, 83.231 miles an hour. So just a little slower than the Dwarf car, but that was just the first lap. Anticipate him coming up to speed a little bit more. So it's going to be very similar to the Dwarf cars as they cross the line, and it is an 84.061, so a 16.06. So that's about I think that's what you clocked them.
Yeah, that's what
earlier.
I clocked them earlier.
It was a 16.06, so 84.060 on the speed chart. So these cars are flying on these little things.
Yeah, and you know what? Next time they come out, hopefully they're with the Dwarfs because I want to see a grudge match.
That'd be fun.
Anyway, so a couple laps in, I think 3, 4.
I got 3 down on my little unofficial counter coming across the line in fourth with Matt Malcolm. On the point, he's got about a 5-car length lead right now over Mitch Enos. Cool seeing Mitch in that 09 car and his son and the DJ back there in the 72 car. Didn't get a chance to talk to him earlier. I did talk to Mitch and Matt on the pre-race show. If you get a chance, go check that out on our Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page. But the mini late models.
Yeah,
I can't wait till we get a bunch more out here.
Oh, I know. I was sitting there watching that last lap, and Mitchell, he was up on 2 wheels there in 1 and 2. See if he does it again. I mean, he's literally running this thing like they're bigger versions.
I'm curious because they're bouncing a whole lot more than the Dwarf cars do. So I didn't take a look at their suspension system. I'm curious what the differences is between the Dwarf cars and these mini late models.
So I was talking to Matt earlier today, finding a little bit more out about these things, and they run the same shocks all the way around. So unlike the Dwarfs where we sit there and they're all adjustable and each one has a different spring rate and everything else, these guys,
they're spec.
They're spec. 100% spec all the way.
Their motors are sealed as well.
Yeah, they're sealed. They have to be stock 600 Jigsters that you have to take them to an authorized dealer.
That smoke coming out of the 09 car a little bit, or am I? Well, he is.
I don't know.
He is on it. He's trying to get there. Yeah.
That's one thing though too. When I got into Dwarfs, the one thing that everyone told me was, as these motors start to wear out and want to go to bed, they get faster. I hope that's not the case with Enos.
10 down, 10 to go. According to my own official account, we're halfway done. Sparks just came out of that car going into turn number 1 that time. Not sure what that was from. It came out high. It was kind of an odd spot for that to come out.
Yeah, and one of the other things about these cars, too, is, they're 600 Jigsters, but they're chain-driven.
Yes.
They're chain-driven, so they, unlike the Dwarf cars, Enos diving to the inside over Matt Malcolm. They're going to drag race to the line. Give it to Enos.
And I said 10 down, 10 to go. I forgot it's only 15 laps, so we got 3 laps remain if my count is right.
Yeah, this is heating up at the front. Enos diving into 3 and 4. Malcolm spins it out. Ooh, that almost flipped. Okay, yellow coming out for that.
What is it tonight? This green-white checkered going on?
I don't know. I noticed the moon yesterday. It's not a full moon tonight. There's no way.
No, that was last week, and we didn't howl at the moon. We were done too early last week.
I was going to say, you
the
guys
moon
had
hadn't even come up yet. We done blasted through that show last week.
That was quick. I was like, whoa.
We're on a pretty good chart tonight here. It's only 8:36, so.
Yeah.
So our leader coming up off turn number 2, Mitch Enos.
He's going to slow up, let the other 2 cars catch up so they go Texas-style restart. I believe it's Texas. I don't know. First night here. We're not sure.
I don't know if they have their own rules on this. We'll find out here momentarily.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I think I downloaded it the other day. Nope. No, did I get there? I don't know. 3 cars. What are they going to do? Single file?
I say 3 wide restart.
Oh, now you're getting crazy. But I love it. Oh, boy.
All right, it is side by side.
Side by side. All right.
DJ down on the inside. Mitch Enos puts him. Nope. Now he's falling back in line.
We got a handout of Enos, so looks. Your guys' guess is as good as ours. We're trying to figure this out too.
Trying to double him up.
See, this is what happens when you don't go to school for a while. You forget to do your homework.
You're assuming somebody did it in school?
Definitely not me. My grades came from tests, not the homework.
Lights out, going green flag racing. It is Texas style restart. Mitch Enos on the point. It'll be a green-white checkered finish for the mini late models. 72 car does back off a little bit. Young man falling back, and Mitch Enos, green flag in the air. Here comes Matt Malcolm down on the inside. Side by side, coming up off turn number 2.
Ooh, Wiley, these guys are flying into 3 and 4. Malcolm coming to the inside. Enos pushes up. Malcolm goes around again. I don't know if that had a little help or not.
He gets it going. We stay under the green flag. Mitch Enos. These are spec tires as well. We're talking spec
these
tires,
are
but the tires are spec tires.
Yes, 10-inch tires. White flag coming out for Enos. Enos takes the white flag. 1 to go. Enos, Sains, and Malcolm is your running order currently. Enos has a commanding lead over the 72. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time at Antioch Speedway, give it up for Mitch Enos. Boy, first time out, these cars definitely put on a show, although there's only 3 of them, but we love them anyways, guys. Did you guys have fun with that race? I think these mini late models are going to stay for a while.
Mitch Enos getting unbuckled, getting ready to get out of the race car.
Now, there's an interesting thing here, Wiley. With these mini late models, they don't have doors. So let's see how these guys get in and out of these cars. You guys tell me what's a little different.
As he's working on getting his helmet off.
Oh, there goes a flap. Look at that. They come out of the roof.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mitch Enos. Mitch Enos taking home the win. As he's getting his ears off, getting his safety harness off, climbing out of the race car. Ladies and gentlemen, there he is, Mitch Enos. Mitch, come on out front of your car here. You get a nice door trophy here to add to your collection. All right. Congratulations. First ever winner at Antioch Speedway in a mini late model.
Yeah, I beat 2 other people, my grandson and the guy that probably would have passed me. He had a run on me down there, and he parked it trying not to get into me. But that was fun.
You ran behind him for quite a while, and the car, you were kind of running up high, and it seemed like it was bouncing a lot, and you weren't handling well, and he was getting through, and then suddenly your car just got a whole lot more speed. What happened?
Honestly, I don't know if it was I got more speed or if something happened to him, because it sure looked like he came backwards. I didn't know if maybe he was coming back to, like, put on a show. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I was bouncing around a lot. I didn't get a chance to do anything between the heat race because the 72 car is my grandson, DJ, and he threw a chain, and Matt was over there, and we were moving stuff and changing gears and doing everything, trying to get him so wouldn't throw the chain, because mostly this is about him. I bought this just to come and have some fun. And, wow, they're a rush.
That looked like a whole lot of fun. Who do you want to say thanks for helping you get out here?
Oh, man. My wife, my daughter. My daughter, she paid for half of this so that I could have it. Jessica, thank you, Jess, very much. My brother, Michael, who I wouldn't be racing anything if it wasn't for him. He works his tail off. He would have been here tonight, but they're running the modified down at Merced. So, and Eric Van Hooser, my dad, who, like, he says he doesn't do anything, but another guy that if I didn't have him, I wouldn't have a race car. Yeah, and my grandson, DJ. I didn't lap him, so he must have been moving pretty good. So, anyway, yeah, that's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our first winner of the mini late model event here at Antioch Speedway, and I look forward to him being back, Mitch Edos.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Congratulations, and one more main event to come up, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. One more main event to go, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. Folks, who do you think's going to win? Can Brad Quayle of Hollywood take home the win yet again? Can our defending champion, the 2021 champion, Larry McKenzie, take home the win? We're going to find out in 20 laps here with the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks.
Uh-oh, Wiley. You asked the question. You didn't look at the lineup. So here we go for your Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks A main lineup. Starting in the rear, starting P24 is going to be the 24 JR of Shelby Asher. And to her inside, row 12 is going to be the 74A of Judy Arth.
And the next row up. On the outside, Taylor DiCarlo in the 17T. To her inside, Dave Baca in the 33B.
Starting in row 10 in the 20th starting position is going to be the 66 of Mitchell Dana. And to his inside, starting in 19th, is the 3 of Jewel Crandall.
Outside row number 9 is Jess Palladino in the 23 car. To the inside, Gavin Griffiths in the 47.
Starting in row 8 on the outside is going to be the 45 of Gene Haney. And to his inside is the 2X of Danny Aves.
Then we got Adam Kajala, Rocky out of Concord, California in the 16 car. To his inside, Colton Haney out of Brentwood, California in the 46 car.
Next row up in row 6 on the outside is going to be the 31 of Grayson Baca. And to his inside, starting in 11th, is the 54 of Anthony the Thimble Vigna.
And your top 10 looks like this out of Antioch, California in the 32 cars. Ken Johns to the inside out of Oakley, California, the 71A of Michaela Taylor.
Row 4 looks like this on the outside is going to be the 65X of Ron Brown. And to his inside, the 47X of Angela Brown.
On the 6th starting spot out of Pittsburgh in the 07 car, it's Jared Baugh. To his inside, James Gracely out of Antioch in the 44G.
Row 2 on the outside, your 2021 champion, the 24M of Larry McKenzie. And to his inside, starting number 3, the 11A of Charlie Bryant.
Front row looks like this. In the B2 out of Newman, California, it's Breck Smith. And on the point, we should have started him out back. The 55 out of Oakley, California. It's going to be hard to beat him. Hollywood, Brad Quayle. Come around, ladies and gentlemen. Get on your feet, wave your hands, jump up and down, make lots of noise. Give it up for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. one's going to be hard to beat starting on the front row. I know you got Charlie Bryant right there. You got Larry McKenzie out back with him. Breck Smith. You got some strong cars right around him. But, man, right now, Brad Coelho's the car to beat and has been for about 6 months.
Yeah, Wiley, but I'm looking back into that 9th spot. Ken Johns, he's always one to watch out for. They're bringing it around. Coming to the green flag. Coelho, Smith, diving into turn 1. Coelho, Smith, they are door to door. Coelho slides up just a little bit, but he comes back on Smith coming down the backstretch. Diving into 3 and 4.
Coming up off turn number 4, Smith has the lead coming high off the line. Brad Coelho right on his rear bumper going down the front stretch into turn of 1. Smith up too far, off the wall. Sparks flying into the wall again through turns 2. Slides down into the side of Baca. And everybody straightens out, and we keep on going. But now another car, Charlie Bryant, almost into the wall in turn number 4. Put Larry McKenzie up to the 2nd spot. Damage on that 07 car. Damage on the B2. As we continue on, battle for 2nd. Coming up off turn number 2, Charlie Bryant looked underneath Larry McKenzie. Nothing doing, down the back straightaway. Into turn number 1, Brad Coelho's checking out.
Yeah, and Brad Coelho already on lap cars. We got a car around the 65 of Ron Brown at turn 4. He's holding. Everyone gets through. We're looking good. Yellow flag out.
That B2 car of Smith just went down into turn number 1, drove in too deep, up over the cushion, sparks flying, bouncing off the wall a couple more times. Got on the gas coming off turn 2, and got loose on that exit. His right side tires were in the loose stuff, and that shot him down the hill right into the side of Grayson Baca in that 07 car.
Okay, yeah, because I was looking at that last little pile up there, and I saw Baca had some damage, and I'm like, where'd that come from? But okay, that explains it.
Working on getting the B2 of Breck Smith up in front of Ken Johns. Coelho in the 55 car. Won earlier tonight in the Trophy Dash.
Let's see if he can go and pull off the sweep on the night.
If you don't have My Race Pass, folks, head on over and sign up. It is a free app. You can pay for some extra stuff, but a good thing for running lineups and whatnot. Driver information. All right, Brad Coelho on the point. Larry McKenzie in the 2nd spot. Charlie Bryant 3rd. 4th is the 07 car of Baugh, Jared Baugh. 5th is going to be the B2. Of course, that is Breck Smith. 6th is the 31B. And, of course, is Grayson Baca. Then we got the 32 of Ken Johns. In 6th, 7th is going to be, 7th is Ken Johns. 8th is James Gracely. 9th is going to be Angela Brown. 10th is going to be Michaela Taylor. 11th, Jewel Crandall. 12th, Rocky Kajala. 12th, Colton Haney. 13th is going to be Jess Palladino. 14th is Taylor DiCarlo. 15th is Danny Aves. Thank you. My mind just went blank there. Then we got Ron Brown. I think he was going to have to follow the back because he brought out the yellow or not. Gene Haney's getting moved up in front. Working on getting the lineup set. As mentioned earlier, the website, www.antiochspeedway.com. The Facebook is Antioch Speedway by Promotions, and also Antioch Speedway TV on Facebook. And, of course, Wiley's Race Report on Facebook and YouTube for Wiley's Race Report. Some damage on that 33B. Got hit there in the side. Dave Baca.
Yeah, that one's going to hurt, especially with sheet metal prices nowadays.
The hammer is your friend right now, the body hammer.
Yes, it is. That is
Bang
for
it
sure.
out. Side-by-side restart. Brad Coelho chooses the low side, puts Larry McKenzie on the high side.
That's going to be interesting because McKenzie likes the outside. He is definitely faster on the outside, so let's see how this turns out.
Two down, 25 main event. I said 20 earlier. I just have been corrected. It is 25. Now I have to do extra math.
Yeah, lights are out. Coelho brings him to the line. Gets a good jump, but here comes McKenzie down into 1 and 2. McKenzie going on the high side. Coelho goes and holds on the lead, but McKenzie, he's got some push coming down the back stretch. 3 wide coming from Smith and Baca. Baca is just slamming around. Around goes Smith in turn 4. Kajala goes and nose plants his door. Yellow out. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Ooh, that was messy.
B2 spinning out over there. Turn number 4. Battling up. Kajala in that 16 car. I like those colors on that car as he's leaving the racetrack.
Yeah.
The blue and the orange.
Yeah, I like how it pops. Yeah, makes it real easy for us to see it.
I was going to say, there's a lot of drivers that could learn a lesson about highlighting your number.
Thimble. Yeah. Gotta love the spray paint, though. I mean, that's old school right there. Spray painting your doors.
Speaking of Vina, where is he?
He
there
is
he is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th.
Anthony Vina in the 54 car, Thimble. Good to see Judy Arth made it back out, or made it out after having looked like transmission troubles. That's just purely speculation on my part, just based on what I saw her doing inside the cockpit. But Judy Arth there in the 74 car, getting used to a metric car. We keep talking about metric cars and the Camaros. If the Camaro is not a metric car, that's a standard car. Metric cars are like the old Monte Carlos, Cutlasses, Grand Prix. I think they had the Pontiac Grand Prix back then in the early 80s after the Camaros kind of lost favor. And they're built different. They're set up different. The suspension's different.
Yeah, their mounting points, all that stuff. Yeah, they're completely different. So trying to get the lineup set. Couple cars not listening to their receivers.
Also allowing the 16 car a couple laps because he was not the cause for the yellow, so he gets a couple laps to see if they can repair that and get back out.
Wonder if he's going to come out with a hood cover, to be honest with you. Because that hood cover was tore up.
16 is done, just heard over the radio. Rocky Kujala is out. Scratching. Lights out. Brad Coelho on the point, chooses the low side once again, puts Larry McKenzie back on the high side.
Once again, Wiley, this all turns into the game. I mean, you got to figure out what your competitor can and can't do. And coming into 3 and 4, Coelho sideways a little early there, but green flag. Larry McKenzie keeping up with him going into turns 1 and 2. Give it to Coelho coming out of 2, but here comes McKenzie. He's got a full head of steam. Just cannot quite get to him.
Coelho on that restart spinning his rear tires as Judy Arth leaves the racetrack. Giving up off turn number 4. Putting another lap in the books. 3 down, 22 to go. Brian Coelho, Larry McKenzie, Charlie Bryant. Then we have the Grayson Baca car. Jared Baugh, Ken Johns, James Gracely, Angela Brown, Anthony Vina, Michaela Taylor, Jess Palladino, Colton Haney, Taylor DiCarlo, Donnie Ames, Gene Haney.
And with that, Braxton Smith turning around in turn 4, but they're holding tight as our leaders are with the lap car of Shelby Asher. Brad Coelho holds on, but we got a 3-way here. Oh, we got some beating and banging in the back also. We got beating and banging everywhere, guys.
Finish the rundown real quick. Gene Haney, then you got Dave Baca, Ron Brown, Gavin Griffiths, and Jewel Crandall rounding out your field as our leader. Well, and then Smith, who lost it again, but kept going. Would have been his second yellow, so he had to keep going as Coelho on the point. I believe we're 5 down.
And we
20
got
to go.
Danny Aves in turn 4 spinning, going into the infield. He stays on the power. We're going to stay green with that one.
Somebody took out the starter cone.
Yeah, that'd be Danny.
Sitting down there, Danny
And
Aves with some
Shelby
color
Asher.
on his car this year.
Yeah, I'm watching Shelby Asher right now. She's holding up everybody, but she's getting beaten, banged around in the back.
Trying to hold her line as our leader coming up on the back of Smith, who was earlier running for the lead. Now is trying to keep from going a lap down as the leader goes underneath Shelby Asher. And now Brad Coelho down the back straightaway into turn number 3 on the high side of that B2 car. Turn 4, we got a car around sitting backwards. That's Ron Brown yet again. I think that's going to do it for him. That will be his second one. Curious if Lovely Lori's going to drive that car. Colton Haney leaves the racetrack.
Yeah, sorry, honey. I beat up the car.
Well, she's used to running the Camaro, so this will be an opportunity for her to get into a metric car. So Ron Brown done for the night. We're going to get in a lineup set. Beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. So I talked about the monster trucks coming up at the end of April, but also want to keep looking forward as we have some other special stuff coming up. I can't wait. Contra Costa County Fair, May 14th, we're having a Destruction Derby.
I was going to say.
We haven't had one of those in a while.
Yeah, because I thought that was just a rumor, but we're actually having
It's on the
Destruction
schedule.
Nice.
I want to do one so bad.
I don't.
I do, but coming up May 14th.
Yeah, no, those are very exciting to see. And if you guys have never been to a Destruction Derby, definitely come out for the Contra Costa Fair.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
That's going to be a blast. Some other special events coming up. We got the Hetrick Memorial on June 4th. Flat track motorcycle racing. They're coming twice this year, I understand. The first time is going to be June 25th. Flat track motorcycles. That was a blast last year.
That really was. Seeing motorcycles running on this track at really high rates of speeds, yep, that was definitely fun. Definitely something for everyone to come back out to. As we go lights out, Brad Coelho holding on the inside again with Larry McKenzie on the outside, coming into 3 and 4. What will Brad do this time? Green flag out. He holds his tires. He's taking off like a rocket into 1 and 2.
Coelho down to turn number 1. Here comes Larry McKenzie. This time trying to low line. Nothing doing as Coelho comes off turn number 2. That car just it's hooked up on the exit of the turn.
Metric cars, Wiley. Metric cars.
As Coelho coming up off turn number 4, putting another lap in the books. So remember to put the mark down. 8 down in his 25-lap main event. Larry McKenzie right now seems content just following in the footsteps or tire tracks of Brad Coelho, as he is starting to get a little bit of pressure, though, as Charlie Bryant gets up too high in turns 3 and 4. He's going to lose a position. As our second place car, Larry McKenzie, he got up a little higher than he wanted, and he puts himself into the hands of the 31B of Grayson Baca. Baca now battling for that second spot down into turn number 3, down on the low side. Larry McKenzie, that car, the 24M, wiggling right in the center of the turn, Mike.
Yeah, I just saw that. Graisley, he just got bumped with Michaela Taylor. He's going to lose a couple spots. But, yeah, these guys in the front. We got a couple cars around in turns 3 and 4. Palladino, Thimble, and looks like Smith.
Yep, Smith over there.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what happened there. But all 3 cars going to go and move away on their own power.
Hearing over the radio, Anthony Vigna is at fault for that, collecting Smith and the 23 of Palladino. All right, here we go. We got Brad Coelho. We got Larry McKenzie, Grayson Baca, Ken Johns. Jared Baugh, Charlie Bryant, James Gracely, Michaela Taylor, Angela Brown, Taylor DiCarlo. Then 33B, Dave Baca. Yep, Dave Baca. That's that one that kind of looks like the pavement car. Then Gene Haney, Colton Haney, Gavin Griffiths, those 3 team cars there. Then we have Jess Palladino, Danny Aves. Also in there is Shelby Asher. Behind Danny is Anthony Vigna, and at the back of the pack it is the B2 of Breck Smith. Nine laps down, 16 to go if my count is correct. Double them up. Once again, Coelho takes the low side, puts McKenzie on the high side. At this point, why change it? It's working.
Yeah, I mean, it's worked the last 5 times. You know, and one thing I'm noticing, though, too, is as we get further back in the pack, there's a lot of beating and banging. And Coelho's getting to the back of the pack pretty quick.
Yes.
Scary quick.
Give him the 1-to-go signal. Side-by-side restart for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks here on this beautiful Saturday night. Again, shout out to Pacific Coast General Engineering, General Plumbing Supply Company in Brentwood, McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, Cocoa Farms, Delta Transmission, Delta Drive Lines, C&J Favalora Trucking, Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream, the Print Club, and Cresco Equipment Rentals, all proud sponsors here at Antioch Speedway. Coming around the green flag, Brad Coelho down on the low side. Man, he snookered him that time. What a great restart he had, and Larry McKenzie already behind him, and he's having to fight off that 31B of Grayson Baca as they come up off turn number 2 down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Wiley Baca came out like a bullet, and he's going to be fighting for that second position right now with Larry McKenzie as Baca goes to the inside. Larry McKenzie on the outside. Baca tries to hold it, but he can't. Tires letting up a little bit there, but give it to Coelho, McKenzie, and Baca.
Smith having trouble down in turn number 4 yet again. Ran so strong earlier, and that car just handle has gone away on it completely.
I think once that rear end hit that wall, he lost all suspension in the back for sure.
11 laps in the books. We got 14 laps remaining in this 25-lap main event for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks as Brad Coelho puts lap number 12 in the books. Working his way under the
while we got
Asher.
one car going around, that's Jess Palladino in turns 3 and 4. James Gracely almost doors them, along with Danny Aves. Yellow out on the field.
23 unassisted. Jess Palladino spinning there in turn number 4.
Okay, guys, we got a little bit of a flame out there, but that's okay.
Just exhaust.
Yeah, DNF crew's going to get on over there, make sure everything's good. Looks like he's going to start off under his own power. I don't know. We'll see.
Not moving very well.
No.
There, it's picking up a little speed.
He probably felt the flames underneath and was like, what's going on here? But, yeah, he gets under power. He gets up to speed a little bit there, trying to catch the back of the pack. So, guess it's just a little extra fuel in the tank. As Anthony Vigna pulls off to the infield.
The thimble coming to a stop. Brad Coelho once again taking the low side, putting the a new car to the outside. It's not Larry McKenzie this time. That is the 31B of Grayson Baca. Grayson having a great run out there tonight.
And I just heard over the radio we had one car. I'm trying to confirm which one it is, but dove off the track, so we're going to stay under yellow.
It's the B2 of Breck Smith.
Okay, that's going to be the
Getting
B2.
2 laps.
Mm-hmm. Give him a chance to figure it out.
Might just be saying, you know what, I'm done for the night.
I give up.
He might steal your nickname, Spin Cycle.
You know what? With the hobbies, there's a few that are contenders for that.
So this will be lap number 1. Actually, it's 2 laps from the time you get, I don't know, time you get your pits or when you leave. I don't know.
I've tried to figure that out. I don't know. I usually just bow out.
B2 is done, I'm hearing over the radio. Lights out, going green flag, racing this time by 12 laps in the books. 13 remain. We're just barely almost halfway. Hollywood picking up the speed a little bit down the back straightaway. Grayson Baca to the high side. Picking up the speed, green flag in the air. Baca spinning the tires, trying to keep up with Coelho. Coelho had a much better start that time than he did the time before when he got loose after spinning the tires. But Baca's right there, giving a little chrome horn to the rear bumper and gets into the back of him hard into turn number 3, pushing up Coelho. Give it to Baca, who's back hard, and here comes Coelho. He says, I can play that game too, and he hits him. Going down into turn number 1. Beating and banging on the front of the race of the field.
Wow, that was good. Larry McKenzie getting a little loose coming off of 2. He's going to slip back a little bit, which gives Ken Johns, look at that. Ken Johns we got a couple cars around. That's going to be Charlie Bryant gets down, stacks up McKenzie and whatnot. Yellow on the field, yellow.
We got a wheel loose on the racetrack.
Oh, where art thou, wheel? Who doesn't have a wheel? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Larry McKenzie, left front flat tire. He's leaving the racetrack.
No, that wouldn't cause a yellow.
There's the wheel. What car is missing it?
That will be a mystery we may never solve.
McKenzie made it back to the trailer. 44, sounds like it may have been James Gracely. That he's lost the rear wheel. So that's where the 44 went.
Now, Wiley, on that first yellow lap there,
The 44 they were saying.
So, yeah, Wiley, I mean, I saw it there right as soon as the yellow came out and they started slowing down. Brad and Grayson, this is going to be making for a good shootout.
Yeah, don't give it if you can't take it, right?
We will see what Grayson can handle. And once again, Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, they go and start doubled up, not Texas-style restarts. So that's going to put Grayson Baca, he's going to choose the low side, and Hollywood Brad Coelho going to the outside. Something he's not used to tonight. As the lights are out, Baca brings him around turn 4. He gets on the hammer, takes off. Here comes Coelho, though. And look at Ken Johns. They dive into 1 and 2. Baca's got Coelho, but Coelho looks like he's got a little speed on the top side. Ken Johns just lurking in the background there.
Coelho can low down underneath Baca as they come up off turn number 4, but not close enough. That 31B, man, that thing is on a rail right now. 14 down. According to my unofficial count, that means 11 laps remain in this 25-lap main event. It is Grayson Baca on the point. Brad Coelho gets up over the cushion a little bit in turn number 3. Going to lose another car length or 2 as the third-place car of Michaela Taylor has climbed her way up the third.
I was going to say, Wiley, look at that. Michaela Taylor moving on up from back in the pack. As we got a car going around, that's Dave Baca. He's going to collect Angela Brown and a little bit of a shove from Taylor DeCarlo. Yellow flag out on the track for that little incident. A little bit of debris in turn 2 coming out of it.
My count 15 down. We'll have to wait and see what's official count. Left front flat on the the Jess Palladino car, the 23 car. Grayson Baca on the point. Brad Coelho in the second spot. Third is Michaela Taylor. Fourth, Ken Johns. Fifth is Jared Baugh. Sixth is Angela Brown. Seventh is Taylor DiCarlo. Jess Palladino to the pits. Also, the 11 car left the racetrack. So Charlie Bryant back to the pits. Couple cars to keep an eye on. They get their 2 laps. Gene Haney comes behind the 17T in the 45. Great. Gavin Griffiths, Colton Haney. The Haney team seems to be running together tonight. Every time we get under yellow, all 3 of those cars are nose to tail.
Yeah. Talk about teamwork.
15 down, 10 to go in this 25-lap main event for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks.
You know, while I'm looking at the top 4 right now, and Michaela Taylor, she's kind of an interesting one right now.
Charlie Bryant is out, just hearing over the radio, by the way, he's scratched. But yes, no, I mean, she just suddenly popped up there in third.
Yeah. Be interesting to see if she's got anything for the boys up front.
As we continue looking at our schedule real quick, we are dark on July 2nd. No races on the 2nd of July, taking the 4th of July weekend off. 2 weekends later, 2 weekends later, it will be the Dwarf Car Nationals. Had a lot of fun on that. Hobby Stocks and Wingless Sprints joining on Friday night. Saturday will be the IMCA Stock Cars and the Extreme Limited Late Model Series. Looking forward to that. A series that Mike Slaney put together and is sponsoring.
Be interesting if we get these mini late models out there too.
Yeah. August 13th, the Flat Track Motorcycles return on August 13th. We got the Monster Trucks back on September 10th and 11th. Then Championship Night number 1 on September 17th. Championship Night number 2 on September 24th. Then we get into the Nationals. As right now we do have, it's like Jess Palladino getting ready to pop out when we get the green flag, but our Grayson Baca on the point. Brad Coelho up high. I'm really surprised Grayson Baca took the low side, but maybe just because Brad's been starting on the low side all night long.
I don't know. And Angela Brown decided to dive to make it 3 wide. Grayson Baca gets a little slideways there on 1 and 2. Here comes Coelho. Coelho about half a car length up, but Baca slides up.
Do you see that? His wheels were all the way left, and that thing pushed like a dump truck. Coelho back on the points.
And we got 1 car around in turn 4. That's going to be Taylor DiCarlo. Let's see if she can get it started back up.
Yellow flag back out. So Coelho back on the point. Well, see, does he... 9 laps remain. Brad Coelho is our leader. Grayson Baca in the second spot. Third is Ken Johns. Fourth is going to be Michaela Taylor. She lost a spot on that 2-lap run. Angela Brown up to 5th. Nice. She's climbing her way up. Jared Baugh comes 6th. 7th is going to be Gene Haney. Colton Haney 8th. 9th is Gavin Griffiths. Again, the Haney cars together. Then you got Dave Baca. Danny Ames. Jess Palladino.
And Shelby Asher.
Shelby Asher's up there. She's a few laps down, though. That's why I didn't name her as I was going down through, because I know she is a few laps down.
Yeah.
And Taylor DiCarlo, single file restart now.
Now, Wiley, with them going single file, that's going to be interesting. does Baca have enough power now to get to Coelho?
Coelho's an Okagi veteran
Yeah.
on these restarts.
And then looking at third and fourth with Ken Johns and Michaela Taylor, we may have a 4-car shootout.
Picking up the speed a little bit as they enter 3. Brad going way up high. He's going to make that downhill run. He makes a turn down the ramp. Green flag in the air. Great restart for Brad Coelho. Here comes Grayson Baca. He gets underneath. Great restart for Baca. Side by side, Baca with a slight advantage coming up off turn number 2. That high side pays off for Coelho. And again, Baca's car pushing hard into turn number 3. And he's going to give up the ghost as Brad Coelho is going to lead that lap with 8 laps to go.
And coming out of turn 2, they are side by side, Coelho and Baca. Diving into 3 and 4, Coelho goes high. He pushes. So
Both
does
of them
Baca. Both the leaders spin. Coelho's sitting high in turn 4 with another car on the backside. Oh, Ken Johns. Uh-oh. And this
Left
is
her
going to be
flat on Baca.
This is getting interesting.
Both leaders spinning over there in turn number 3. Synchronized spinning.
Simultaneously, yeah. Oh, that's a big word. I wasn't sure. How could you say that?
I don't think you did say it.
Simultaneously?
Exactly.
Oh.
Angela Brown
Ooh.
is our leader.
Can we go back-to-back weekends with a first-time winner?
Right rear flat on Grayson Baca's car. He is going to have to go get that thing fixed. Brad Coelho, can he pick up all these spots in 8 laps? I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't want to jinx him, but there's a good chance that Coelho could make this field. You said 8 laps?
8 laps.
I don't know.
It's going to be tight.
It's going to be very tight, especially because we got Ken Johns up. Well, no, Ken Johns, I think, goes to the...
Looks like Ken Johns is the leader. Nope, Angela Brown's going back to the front. Ken Johns on that restart, everyone was up high except for him. He was restarting in that 3rd spot, and he was right down on the bottom.
Yeah, he dove right on into the inside. So, but he did get collected a little bit with that synchronized swim that they had in turn 4, so...
Working on getting the lineup set still. Angela Brown is our leader. Ken Johns second. Jared Baugh in the 3rd spot. 4th is Michaela Taylor. 5th, Gene Haney. 6th, Colton Haney. 7th, Gavin Griffiths. 8th is Dave Baca. 9th, Danny Aves. 10th, Jess Palladino. Then we got the Taylor DiCarlo. Next car on the racetrack, not in the running order, is the Shelby Asher car, and then Brad Coelho.
And our flagman Fabulous Bob holds up that magical 1 green flag for 1 to go, ready to go green.
Angela Brown bringing them fast.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Got a car coming towards staging. May not make it.
Green flag comes out. Ken Johns dives to the inside. They drag race down the front. Angela Brown holding them off going into 1 and 2. Ken Johns on the inside overpowers her. Comes out of turn 2. New leader, Ken Johns. And here comes Jared Baugh. He wants a piece of the mix. And we got 1 car slow on the back stretch coming into 3. That's Colton Haney in the 46 car.
Our leader coming up off turn number 2. It is Ken Johns. Can he win another race? He hasn't won, I don't think, since he won the 4 in a row last year. I don't think he had one after that. But Ken Johns in that 32 car as Jared Baugh bounces off the wall, gives up the ghost, and gives that position back to Angela Brown. Ken Johns, Angela Brown, Jared Baugh just losing a lot of ground. Here comes Michaela Taylor down on the low side. She's picking up that spot. as Brad Coelho is knocking him down as fast as he can, but he may run out of time. I think we have 4 laps remaining. My unofficial count, my pen may have fallen behind, I'm not sure. As Angela Brown enters turn number 3 behind Ken Johns. Ken Johns trying to take home his first win of the year. 3 to go, I do believe. Ken Johns, Angela Brown, Michaela Taylor, Gene Haney having a good run up there in the 4th spot.
Yeah, and
one car leaves the racetrack and about bounces off the wall. There's Jared Ball put another lap in.
And we got one car going around. That's Gene Haney, the 45 in turn 4. Everyone looking like they can get around him right now. It goes yellow flag.
Get an official lap count here in a minute. $33B left the racetrack. Of course, that is Dave Baca. A lot of right side damage on that race car. Four laps remain. This 25-lap main event. Lights out. Ken Johns on the point. Angela Brown second. Michaela Taylor in the 3rd spot. Gavin Griffiths climbed his way up to 4th. Look who's there. Brad Coelho. What a great timing for him for this yellow flag. And Ken Johns down to turn number 1. See if Fabulous Bob is going to hold that one. We stay under the green. Ken Johns down to the front straight or back straightaway into turn number 3. Angela Brown. Here comes Brad Coelho on the outside of Michaela Taylor. He sets his sights on trying to get around her and Angela Brown with 3 laps remaining in this 25-lap main event. Having a little trouble. He doesn't have any time to spare. He's got to get around these 2 race cars.
And here comes Brad Coelho coming out of 4 side by side with Angela Brown. Coelho, give it to him. He's taking over the 2nd spot, and he has a full head of speed. Can Ken Johns outlast Coelho?
1.5 laps remain down to turn number 3. Here comes Coelho. He is driving the wheels off that race car. Can he catch him? Last lap, white flag in the air. Ken Johns, Brad Coelho, Angela Brown, Michaela Taylor, and Gavin Griffiths, your top 5.
I don't know, Wiley. He got a little bobble there in the back stretch, but coming down, turns 3 and 4. Here comes Coelho. Can he get up to Ken Johns? Checker flag out. It's going to be Ken Johns over Brad Coelho.
Ken Johns taking home the win for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stock main event here tonight, 25 laps. Brad Coelho coming up a little short after getting involved in, or spinning over there in turn number 3 late in the race. Ken's got to get over there and get scaled. Hey, Ken, you got to go to scale, right? All right, last race of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, waiting on Ken Johns to come around after getting ready to climb on the scales. We'll also talk to Brad Quaylo and Angela Brown. Don't forget, keep an eye on our website, www.antiochspeedway.com. All week long, we got Donnie Martin back on staff and putting out a lot of great material. You don't want to miss that. Keep an eye on it, putting stuff out all throughout the week and on the weekends. Also, keep an eye on the Facebook. He's putting stuff up on there as well. Antioch Speedway by Promotions and, of course, Antioch Speedway TV on Facebook. And keep an eye on Wiley's Race Report on Facebook and YouTube for the next episode of Wiley's Race Reports. While I got a minute, I want to say thanks to Katrina Niss, supplying the pictures that I used, Victory Lane, and now she started giving me the posters for the next week. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Ken Johns pulling into Victory Lane. Ladies and gentlemen, as he gets ready to climb out, give it up for Ken Johns. Ken, come on around. Hey, it's been a while since I talked to you here.
That's what I'm talking about, Wiley. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Ryland Racing for getting this hog back on the track. Man, they just kill it every time. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, Ken. Well, you had to work your way up there. You had to get around Brad Quaylo and hold him off. You had some other cars up in front of you. They spun out, kind of helped you a little bit. But on that restart just before they spun out, everyone else started high, and you went low.
Yeah, turn 3 and 4 was just losing everything through the middle. There was a little bit on the outside. It's just a long way around, you know. That inside out of 4 had a little bit of grip, a little bit of moisture out of it. So I decided to choose the other route. You know, I had been going high laps prior, and you got to show them something different, you know.
You had to get around to battle with Angela Brown as well. Tell us about that.
Yeah, you got to love Angela. You know, thank you, Angela. Good, clean racing. I love the girl.
Last summer, you won 3 or 4 in a row here, and then had a big wreck and kind of missed a few weeks. Nice to have you back out here.
This feels so great. It's been about 5 months since I've been in the car, so I wasn't expecting much, you know. Just finished the race, and I just kept seeing the dirt change and change and change, and I just kept chasing moisture. And Ryland's got this thing just working on mud or slick, whatever.
Who else you want to say thanks for helping you get out here?
Thanks to my dad for always coming out here all the way from Chico. Every weekend I race. My family, Crystal, my son, Nate. Dude's a badass. Wait till he's out here.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our winner of tonight's Pacific Coast Hobby Stock main event, Ken Johns.
I got to thank one more gentleman, Chris. I got before he bud, I promised earlier, and he told me he was going to win. I was going to win, and trophy's his. Thank you, Chris.
Ken Johns, winner of tonight's Pacific Coast main event for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. And Mike, you've got our second place driver over here, who had a very interesting race.
Yeah, I'm here with Hollywood Brad Quaylo, who literally drove in the front, got a little sideways, had to drop all the way to the back, and took second. I mean, that's amazing.
Well, this car handles really good, and there was a lot of traffic, and I have a lot of experience through traffic, so that kind of helped me catch right back up. But yeah, me and I don't know, the 31 car, man, we were having a great race. I was having so much fun with him, and then I got just a little too high in turn 3 and caught the marbles and went around, and that was pretty gnarly. That scared me a little bit, but got it back together, came back. Congratulations for 32 winning that race. That's awesome, and I had a blast.
Yeah, no, definitely gave us a great race tonight. Look forward to some more racing from you this season.
Great. All right.
All right, Brad Quaylo taking home second place. Angela Brown, come here, please. You got to get your car in the background. Angela Brown, driver of the 47. Come on over. Don't be. Camera doesn't bite. Great run.
Thank you, thank you. I just had to have patience.
You did. You just worked your way forward, got third.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
How was it for you starting up front that late in the race?
I knew somebody was behind me. I knew there was somebody behind me. But I knew I just had to just hold my line and do what I can. I mean, the track's rough, but dry slick, you got to just be patient and let them all go.
Getting more comfortable in this this car, right?
Yeah, and I think I just blew the motor on this one.
Oh, no.
That's all right. The new one's coming Monday.
That's right. You got a new motor coming. So this one is now a boat anchor.
Oh, I was hoping not, but yeah, I think it is.
Who do you want to say thanks for helping you get out here?
Jim Towns, he supports all my sponsoring or all my racing. Chris helped me, Chris Long, Stephen White, they help me out every week. I think that's it.
And folks, I want to say thanks to her because she's promised me I get to drive this race car.
Yep. I think everybody should get a chance to drive it.
All right, Angela Brown, congratulations.
Thank you.
Angela Brown taking home third in tonight's main event for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stock says, we are wrapping things up. Mike, I want to say thanks. Good job up there.
Thank you, Wiley. It's always great to be out here with you.
What a great night of racing.
If it wasn't for the fact I couldn't see out of that booth standing, I would have been standing all night with this racing. It was gorgeous. Checkered, green to checkered every time. Great racing.
4 great divisions. We had the mini stocks. We had the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, the Delta Dwarf Cars, and the inaugural event for the California Sharp Mini Late Models.
Yes.
Which we didn't have as many cars as planned, but that was a part supply issue.
Yeah.
We would have had more.
Yeah,
but the 3 that were here put on a great show.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do about that.
No.
And, you know, with the Delta Dwarfs tonight, we would like to also extend a thank you to the South Bay Dwarf Cars for coming up here, having one of their points races up here as well. They put on a good show along with the Deltas. Hopefully we can continue this throughout the season.
Little partnership going on there.
Yeah, yeah.
So a good time. But, folks, we got a lot of great racing action yet to come in store. Next week, I'm looking forward to it. We're going to have a lot of fun next week as well. Are you going to be here next week?
I believe I am.
Yeah?
I should be here.
All right, I'm trying to get the schedule up, so. It's not cooperating. Schedule coming up next week on April 2nd. The IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds. The Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks will be back in the hardtops with the winged vintage Valley Sportsman. Say that 10 times fast, will you?
No, thank you.
Goodness gracious. But they're all
Definitely
going to be here next week. Going to be some more great racing.
Yeah, looking at the schedule, definitely the next couple weeks are going to be fantastic racing through the divisions. Look forward to the stock cars coming back out here. They always put on a good show. I'm going to call them out alive. I want to see Jason Jennings top 2 in a feature main in the stock cars.
He put on a great show last week. He was holding off 2 of the best in the business with Kellen Chadwick and Tricky Troy back there. And I mean, Fast Freddy was on a separate planet.
Well, yeah, you always count him as, he's gone.
But he learned a lot, came out tonight, shook down the car. They made some changes on it. Look forward to seeing those stock cars out here in 2 weeks.
Most definitely. So.
All right, folks, I want to remind you again, the website, www.antiochspeedway.com, the Facebook, Antioch Speedway by Promotions, also Antioch Speedway TV. Again, folks, Donnie Martin back on staff, putting out a lot of great content on the website and on the Facebook. Great job, Donnie. Appreciate that. And, of course, don't forget Wiley's Race Report on YouTube and on Facebook as well for Wiley's Race Report coming out later this week. Whew.
It's been one of those nights.
It's been fun.
I'm
tired now. All right, folks, thanks for tuning in on Antioch Speedway TV. For those of you in the parking lot and still here, thanks for coming out on this beautiful Saturday for another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing. Until next week, I'm Wiley Wayne.
And I'm Mike Bauer.
Thanks for watching. Good night, everybody.